What's up, guys? How we doing tonight? How we doing? Good to see you, Justin. Good to see you, Andrew. Allie, how we doing? Just May the 4th. Absolutely. Henry, what's up, my friend? Admiral Thrawn, what we doing? Let me just do... I don't need that anymore. I want to do crazy, just like... That'll work. Exonic, my friend, what's up, dude? Glad to see you in live stream. Let's, while I'm thinking of it. The soda is of the, yeah, the soda is of the, I'm trying to think of how to say this because I don't want to get demonetized. If they would sponsor me, I'd be more than happy to show it. I'd get one of them like helmets, you know, with like the, I'd get a helmet to put like the headphones on top of, and then get like the two things inside, and I'd be hammering soda. But it's that time. I don't know if you're young enough to, if you're too young to understand that reference, but it's that time, Andrew. It used to be a very popular commercial for this brand. All right. I mean, the thing is, Exonics is good. Like, it doesn't matter which one you farm, to be honest. Like, the blue, the white, the green, it all evens out in the end. Because, like, if you get 100 blue during this time, right? I think, like, blue makes sense when you're going in the later stages. But, like, you think about it, if you get 75 blue signal data during this time, you still need to get all the white, all the green signal data. Like, it all washes out in the end. That's kind of my vibe with signal data has always been. It's always going to end up washing out in the end because, like, you get the worst drop rates on blue. So you could probably get, like... And no, it does not rhyme with that, Justin. It does not rhyme with that. No, it does not. It does not. It does. It has a... yeah. There you go. See? You're not... There we go, Andrew. See, we picking up on it. Oh, dude, blue signal data is the worst. Blue signal data is like criminal drop rates. Absolutely criminal drop rates. No, dude, if you're in PA, there's only one. In PA, there's a, we have a, like, our favorite soda here. If I go to a bar and I just say I want lager, there's only one beer that I will get. Like, if you ask for a lager in Pennsylvania, you will just get a specific lager from PA. Yep. Like, if you just say, hey, give me a lager, they're giving you that. It doesn't, like, that's the PA thing. Oh, excuse me. I just got the Geo Lightspeed bundle. What relic should I take Brood to? I'd just leave Brood alone. I wouldn't take Brood any higher. I'd just leave him there. I don't think you're not going to want them beyond Relic 3 for a very, 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 very long time. Not that they're not decent, but, like, I wouldn't take them beyond Relic 3. I I think you're going to want to be in a position now where unless you have a very specific farm in mind, you're not going to want to be spending a crazy amount of relics on stuff until we know what the raid requirements are. Because if you start going in here and saying, I'm going to take all my GLs to Relic Aid or whatever, and then the raid drops and you don't have any resources left over, like you could be up a creek without a paddle. What's up, Swiftblade? Yeah, like I think for most players right now, between now and the new raid, you're only going to want to spend relics when you absolutely have to. Like, I would not be going crazy on extra relic levels now, because it's just, I have suspicions about this next raid that it's gonna be a problem. What's up, Zangster? How you doing, man? May the 4th. Yeah, I hope you guys like the... It's hard to see. This is an old, like, H&M. It was a large H&M. I got this years ago, and it's still, like, a 90s soccer kit on me. It's massive. I can't quite squeeze into a large. Whew, yeah. All right, so it looks like we got the first channel member asking for a review. So... what I'm going to do is just pin this. So roster. Shoot. Why can I not do that? The heck. Whatever. I was trying to say that channel members and super chats get the priority, but of course it won't pin, and I'm not wasting my time on that. All right, let's get going here with SWG Minor. So he said, NS or Geo Lightspeed bundle both fit perfectly. So, yeah, I mean, both are good. Right? I think both are good. Where I'd give priority to, I would probably say that the Night Sister bundle is better because it's going to have more, like, you have Marin, and they're a much better faction now than the Geos. However, while I say that, here's the one thing with the Geos. You only need one Zeta on Geonosian Brood Alpha to get really good use out of them. You only need one Zeta. So, from a Zeta perspective, the Geonosians are the least amount of investment because, like, the rest of them do not take any Zetas. You know, you get a very good team for one Zeta, right? I say you get a good team for a while. The Night Sisters take a lot more Zetas, but it's a far superior faction and has uses even in Kyber 1 right now. So I think a lot of like your question is going to be, they're both good. It depends on what your Zeta situation is. And frankly, like you could do both and it's not really going to make a massive difference, right? I think it just depends on how much you do want to spend. I think both are great options. I'm not going to sit here and I will tell you guys right now, just sidebar here. I will not be telling anybody to purchase a pack. I will not be telling anybody to not purchase a pack. That is not my position in this game. I can only make recommendations based on what I believe. If you're looking for me to tell you, is a pack worth it? All of these Lightspeed bundles at face value are worth it. They are the best packs in the game. So, like, it's not a matter of what's it, like, is $15? Yes, like, that comparative to what they sell. It's what is it worth to you? And that's where you need to make that judgment. Yes. Yeah, Night Sisters are, if it's GAC, I would argue at your level, 7.3 million based on your account, Geos are going to do nothing for you, to be perfectly honest. Like, yeah, I would argue that your Geonosian's probably not going to do a whole lot. I could be wrong, but I just don't think that it's worth it. That's my personal opinion. I just don't see the value in Geo. I think the Geos are really nice, but I think the Night Sisters are a far better faction. And like, I mean, there are a lot more Zetas. Don't get me wrong, a lot more Zetas, but I think the Night Sisters are definitely the better bundle to go for if I had to choose. Because you're gonna get, like, you will get 4 of the key relics that you need, and then, you know, obviously you'll eventually get Marin at some point. So that's my advice there. Not that I don't think Geos aren't a good team, but I just don't see the value in them comparative to Night Sisters. And frankly, the Geos are a very easy team to gear. Like, Geonosian Soldier does, like, he doesn't take, like, anything. Like, the gear, you know, gearing Geos is not hard. All right. Let's go to the next one here. Holy moly. Okay. Oops. Let's go here. Okay. I think next is I'm looking down here. I think next I saw was Swiftblade, right? Yes, Swiftblade. Check out his Riva. Let's see what we got going on here, Swiftblade. What's cooking in the kitchen? Oh, that felt good on the neck. All right, so we got Riva, all 3 Omicrons. That's impressive because I don't even have all 3 Omicrons on her yet. I still have not yet equipped. I think it's on this one, I want to say. It is really nice. I would like it. Okay, let's see. So health, okay, not awful. Defense, I don't like defense, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not convinced on this mod. That's a pretty decent mod. Protection and health. That's it's okay. Not great secondaries, but good speed. And then this one, it's all right. So yeah, I mean, pretty decent mods on her. The only thing I would say is that you've got a lot of offense, like, sets on her, but no, I'm just trying to, you know, be honest with you, that, like, you don't have any offense percent secondaries. So, like, you can't really ever take those off of a character like Riva because you don't have the secondaries. Like, just to show you, mine, like, and I do not like my Riva's mods at all, but, like, I've got, you know, health and offense percent there, offense percent there, offense percent here, offense percent here, and then, like, this mod, I've got 16 speed, and I won't take it to 6 dot because it's an offense mod without offense percent. So I still have not yet found a home for a mod like this. I hate to say it, but like that's just the way that I am. So, continuing to work, but like just, I mean, mine's super slow too, like very slow. I don't have good mods on her, but my, my plea to everybody is, make sure that you're matching those percent stats with the mod set, because I can take some of those mods on Reva and move them to other characters who maybe like offense percent, but could use health like a Drogon. So I'm not saying that, and I understand like for some players that's not always an option, and trust me, I've made plenty of modding mistakes in my time, but just trying to, give you something to work towards in the future, right? But otherwise, man, I mean, getting Reva is massive for the game, right? Like, it is massive. And having all 3 Omicrons on her is really good. It does suck that you have all 3 on Grand Inquisitor too, because he's Territory War. But, I like it. Because, they're going to get crazy holds. Yeah, that's the big thing. It will transfer to pilots. So, like, you can put them on a pilot who, like, my Sith Assassin is just home to, like, garbage mods. Even my Plo Koon is just home to, like, mods where I'm like, I don't know what the hell to do with this. Because, like, I'm never going to use them, right? So, did you end up, Swiftblade, are you ending up getting any of these bundles, or are we just kind of holding off on them? I'm not judging either way. I was just curious if you are. Yeah, it doesn't look like, I don't think you're I'm looking at your account. I don't know that you kind of need any of them. Maybe the Night Sister one if you really wanted to push it, but I don't know that you kind of need it. I feel like you've got a very good account as it is. Yeah. Yeah, holding. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense, man. I respect it. I can 1000% respect that. I love it, dude. Because you've got like Leviathan and everything. Like I think this is gonna be a very solid. I think you'll have a very solid account. I'm surprised you're still in a Rhodium 1, but let's start climbing out of that. But yeah, man, good stuff, buddy. Pinch the Trench. Do I have a surprise for you guys at some point? Got them on the other account. Nice. All right, so I think we got Swiftblade there. Let's take a look next. We've got Exonic, my friend. Oops, come on. What the heck? Stop. Just... Teacher man, what's up? All right, so next we have Exonic here. All right, so this is nice. So you said you're going for Leviathan. Hold on. Going for Leviathan in June. IDK if I can 7-star it immediately. Then I need to finish Inquisitors before September, but Rey is around the corner. All right, so let's start with Inquisitors. So we have a lot of work to do here. A lot of work to do. Okay, and Rey, you said, is right around the corner. Okay. Yeah, she definitely is. And then you said Leviathan. So you've got a lot of work to do for Leviathan still, because you need 2 Relic 9s. Oh, Dank Ideals, what's going on, man? Good to see you. So here's what I'm thinking. So you said, and I'm just going up. So Exonic, you said that you need to finish Inquisitors before September, I'd almost tell you that you go for... Yeah, good question, Ali. How's the ship for Ray? So he's closing in on that. Dang, guys. Dang. Member activity. You guys, Swiftblade and Dank Ideals. Let's go, guys. Thank you. Continued support. So it's all about signal data. So scrap is done. Okay, so I'm just wondering. Listen, I'm just speaking out loud, right? That's what I do best. That's why I created a YouTube account. What have you thought about putting Ray above Inquisitors? Because I'm just looking at, like, you need Relic 7, Relic 3 here, and then you're ready to start the Ray journey. Because I'm thinking, like, just realistically, you're gonna need 375 blue signal data for your Inquisitors, right? Because you need 75 to go to 5 of them at Relic 5, and then you need to take Grand Inquisitor to Relic 7, so that's 150, and then you need 60 for, what, 4 more of them, so you're at 290-ish blue signal data. So I think I almost wonder if you'd be better off going for Ray at that point. Because Ray's definitely a superior character to Reva. But it's just one man's opinion. Because you also, you have a lot of other stuff to finish in here too, right? There's a lot of other things to finish here too. But just food for thought. I'm not going to tell you to do one versus the other, because the other thing with Inquisitors is that they are going to give you a better TIE Interceptor, potentially get you a Sith. But, food for thought there. I do love the Levi shout, though. I know that was something I saw you discussing. Yes, Shield, good seeing you, my friend. Make sure you guys do like and subscribe, right? Like the stream, subscribe to the channel. You guys know the drill, right? We all know that drill. But yeah, man, I think, Exonics, to wrap this up, right? Like, I'm a big fan of going for Leviathan. Between Ray or Inquisitors, I think both of them are solid options. I would just say don't think that you couldn't get Ray and still potentially get Inquisitors in that time if that's what your focus is. If you're going to start splitting your focus a little bit more, then maybe it's, one or the other. But, how do I say this? If it was me, right, I would probably say that I would go for, if it was me, I would go for Ray first. But then that also opens up, like, okay, you get Ray, but then now you've got to kind of go get, like, Ben Solo. And maybe you need to gear Cal. Like, I could open up a whole can of worms for you that you're probably not ready to open yet. But yeah, I think, like, you're ready for both things, right? You're ready for all of that stuff. So it's not a big deal one way or the other. And, like, your roster, the other thing, too, is your roster's kind of at that point where I think Ray would benefit you more than Reva, because Reva's the big datacron for the Empire's going away, so Reva just goes back to, a trade for Traya. Yeah, so I think after all of these bundles, have kind of come in, I was thinking about this the other day. I have my notepad downstairs, but I was kind of taking some notes. And what I would argue is, I think going into the, with this new raid coming, I think it's just time to start plugging holes in your account. That I don't think it's going to be a wise decision to start a major farm for a lot of players if you've been kind of doing all of this stuff. That for a long time there, it was kind of this, you could get a galactic legend, work on a non-galactic legend, but with these characters like Cal, Bo-Katan, Inquisitors, where they take a lot of this Kyra tech, there's signal data involved, like these farms are kind of getting more and more intense, that it's not like the days of going to get General Skywalker and Darth Malak, where it was a significantly less gear intense, journey. So, I'd say that we start filling some holes, right? Just kind of look at, teams where you're, like for your Rey team, right? After you get Inquisitors, build out Rey team, build out Baby Cal, build out Ben Solo. Maybe you think about Maul Mandalorians with, Maul, Canderous, Imperial Super Commando, Gar Saxon, and like Jango, right? Like you could do something like that. Build General Grievous. Do you have General Grievous? Like build up, get, Relic General Grievous, that kind of stuff. Like those little holes, that's kind of the areas I'd be looking to fill in your account. So that would be my advice, man. That would be what I would do, Exonics. We spent a while in there, but I think that was good. All right, we've got to keep moving here. Let's scroll back up. Let's see if I can read. All right, next, I think I saw the glue. All right, so I think this was, let's go up here. Finishing Jedi Master Luke and then cleaning up some teams, Starkiller, Dash, Night Sisters, and GG Droids. How should I approach these cleanups? And then should I be working towards Executor Jabba or Leia long term? Ooh, okay. All right, so let's start with like Starkiller. Where are we at? Okay, so we need some Zetas on this team. So we still have not yet done the Zetas there. All right. Yeah, so for Starkiller, I'd say... Oh, excuse me. I'm going to assume that's going to be a pretty easy fix for you because you'll just slot Old Ben in that team. And then I think the Zeta you do want on Mara Jade is... I think it's Infiltrate and Disrupt, where like it gives Palpatine additional turn meter. That would be the order I would go in. So I think I would do that, right? I think Starkiller is a good one. Then you said Dash. So let's go to Smugglers first. Let's see what we're working with here. So you have Dash with the Omicron. So yeah, I mean Dash, if you have Dash with the Omicron, then you're going to want like you got L3 already, Vandor, Chewbacca. You got YOLO too, which isn't bad at all. So then I honestly think somebody like Enfys Nest would be really solid for you. Like an Enfys Nest would be good in there. Obviously, Hondo's amazing, but Nest is really good low gear. And Zeta not completely necessary for Enfys Nest there. So that could save you if you're kind of running low there. But yeah, like I think Vandor would need his Zeta, but like you wouldn't need one on Enfys Nest, which, obviously is ideal for an account in this situation. Then you said Night Sisters. Well, Kzax, welcome to the council, my friend. Okay, we got the Night Sister bundle. Yeah, so I'm just looking at what we did here. So if you're kind of in this position, seems like you're going to be in the Zeta crunch, right? Like with all the bundles that we've bought here. So I think number one priority is going to be the Jedi Master Luke stuff, right? That's got to be like priority number one, is getting those Zetas. Then I would argue, I feel like at that point, if you're just stuck on Zetas, it's going to be imperative that you look for some of those characters where, like, that's where Traya and Padme, I'm going to keep looking through the roster here, Savage, Zam, Captain Rex, Beskar Mando, even, you know, your Visas Mar, these kind of characters, those are the ones I'd start working on. The characters where you kind of have some Zetas already. Oh my gosh, I saw Darth Revan with, like, oh my god. Whew. Wow, I've never seen a Darth Revan that low before. Wow. Yeah, sorry, it took me out of there. But yeah, I would work on, if you're like in the Zeta crunch, the best way to get out of it is to work on the characters, start relicking some of these ones where you've already invested the Zetas into. And so by doing that, it'll, you know, by working on your Traya relic, working on your Padme, you'll get to the point where you can recuperate some of those Zetas that you're missing while still making progress towards the rest of your stuff. So I hope that makes sense, that, like, you know, you're going to be equipping, you know, you're backfilling Zetas, but at the same time, backfill gear where you need it. So that would be my advice looking at this, is backfill the gear where it makes sense. Because, yeah, like, you're gonna be a long time wall into Zetas, man. It's gonna be a long road ahead. So that would be my thought for you. Yes, that's exactly what I would do. I'd just get caught up on the stuff where, like, Bastila even could be a very good relic for you. Right? With all the Jedi you have, like a Bastila relic. Because unless you're using her in the lead, she doesn't need her Zeta. Right? So think of, you know, characters like that, and I think you'll be in good shape, and eventually we can catch back up. So that would be my advice. I saw you did ask about Executor. I think Executor is a great relic opportunity. And especially, like, if you're not going to take it to 7-star right away, you don't need to worry about Zetas on Piet immediately. But yeah, I always recommend Executor whenever you can. So whenever you can get Executor, go do it. That's a great one. Because you won't need it, like, you don't really need Zetas for it. Zetas obviously help it get faster, but if you're not 7-star, it just doesn't matter, right? Like, it doesn't, I don't think it's going to be a big enough impact. But just one man's very humble opinion, Glue. So that's the review there, my friend. Hopefully that helps. If you guys are, make sure that you, by the way, I freaking love your name. What a great, just sidebar. This is so bad. It's just, when I was in high school, this is so messed up. When I was in high school, we took this business course. And we had to create, like, fake customers. So every customer name was, of course, like, hey, would you blow me, bend over, huge ass, alcoholic. Man, like, we had some really, there's some I'm not going to say on air just because I would 1000% get, like, you know, demonetized for. But let's just say that we got creative with some names there, you know, and the best would be, like, when the teacher would have to read them off, and then, like, she wouldn't realize what she was saying at first, And then eventually she just stopped reading our frickin' names. Like, she just stopped reading them, man. Oh, it was bad. We we had to like make a business that year. so you like made a business, right? And we had to like sell stuff in high school. So we decided to sell water bottles. And we decided to sell water bottles. And our group name was the Squirts. And we decided that our slogan would be water bottles make me wet. And so, I mean, I'm not kidding you. I went before our principal, right? I went to the principal and had to pitch this idea to him that we were going to sell water bottles. Our name was the Squirts, and our slogan was water bottles make me wet. I went into that man's office, looked him dead in the eyes, and said those words, and he still pressed the OK button on us doing this. It was so bad. So bad. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah. Back in the day, guys, I'm just telling you, you know, if you act like you know what you're doing, you can get away with a lot of crap. All right, next channel member I see is Henry Haslam. And guys, I'm just working in order of channel members. So so the order for roster reviews, channel members, super chats kind of get intertwined, right? One or the other, and then free ones if I have time. And there's like not just channel members hitting it up. All right, next we have all right, let's see. We've got Henry Haslam. Have 3 Zetas saved up. Not sure where to put them. All right, Henry, let's check it out. Okay, so did you just... So I'm just looking to see what we did. So, okay, so you just bought the... Galactic Republic bundle. Okay. All right, so Henry, what is the... Okay, Henry, so because I have ideas, right? But what is your current goal now? Like, are you going after something like Executor, or are you kind of like where are we thinking here? What are we thinking next? Because I can definitely give you some solid Zetas that I think would be like, you have 3 of them. Like, I think we could make some stuff happen. Cause is Henry, okay, Henry, yeah, so you just bought the gas, but like, do you have a current farm plan? Unlock General Skywalker and 501st, Executor in the future. Okay. So if you're going for General Skywalker, I'm going to tell you right now that we need to start doing Padme. I'd argue you want both of her Zetas, to be honest. Like, I'd do both Padme Zetas, and then probably Baby Tano or General Kenobi. The only other way you could maybe get it around that, right, is just doing, hold on, before I say both Padme Zetas, you could maybe just do, I'm just looking here. Where's Padme at? I'd say maybe you could do her unique first. So Padme unique, then potentially do a General Kenobi unique and Snips. Because Snips will get called to assist whenever somebody uses a special, which is crucial. And then General Kenobi's unique. he's going to gain taunt whenever they lose protection up, which is incredibly important for like the Padme team. That, remember, General Kenobi is one of the best tanks, but he does not have an ability that makes him taunt. It's if you critically hit somebody or a Galactic Republic ally loses protection up. So I think maybe going Padme unique, Snips, and General Kenobi, and then you can kind of circle around to Padme's leadership would maybe be the last one, right? Because while all of her Zetas are good, I'd say that the big part here, I forgot this part, but the protection up can't be prevented or dispelled and is increased to 40% if she's their leader. That's incredibly important. That extra like 30% protection up is crazy. So yeah, I would say Padme unique, General Kenobi, and Snips if you're going 4-5-0 first. Sorry, I had to switch over to my roster. So yes, your Separatists will probably need Zetas. Although I did see, shout out Dank Ideals in the comments. He did say that he got through the General Skywalker event without any Zetas, but I think he said he spent all day on it. However, he did get it done. I know I saw it. So, Dank, if you're still watching, verify that. So, but yeah, if I was telling you the Separatist ones that you're going to need for General Skywalker, it's B1 and Droideka, personally. Those are kind of the two that I would say are necessary to complete the event. B2, obviously nice, but not quite as necessary as B1 and Droideka. That's kind of my advice there. For the Separatists. I don't know if it's possible. I think it's probably possible with the right RNG without Zetas, but you want the Zetas eventually because these guys slap with General Grievous. But definitely skip anything on Asajj. I'd just focus on the droids for the General Grievous team, and like we'll be rocking and rolling. So, yeah, that would be, I think, because like your first thing is you have to get through phase 1, right? You got to get through phase 1 first, and then we can worry about phase, I think you got to get through the first General Skywalker phase. And to be fair, like getting Padme with Kenobi, Snips, Jedi Knight Anakin, and like Shaak Ti even is a very, very solid Grand Arena team for a while. So like, don't think that's a very, very good team that you're going to have there. And you have the Qui-Gon Jinn Omicron, so you take out Anakin and you put in somebody like Fives or, some other Galactic Republic character, and you're going to be just as good. Like, it won't, I wouldn't say just as good, but you'll still be okay, right? You'll have the core pieces. So, yeah, I think you're going to be good there. Those would be, but yeah, I would say of those Zetas, Padme unique, Snips, General Kenobi, and then worry about the Separatists at some point. And then, yeah, I think your farming order, Henry, makes sense. Like, to go get your General Skywalker and then worry about Executor after that, because of where you are with the relic situation. All right, so now we got to scroll back up here. Where are we at? Let's see. We are scrolling. Okay, there's Henry. All right, let's keep coming down. All right, I see Kzax is next. Kzax is next. Channel member, my friend. Welcome to the council. You may not yet be granted the rank of master, but still granted a place on this council. All right, what we got cooking? So we're in Kyber, okay. Jeez, Relic 9 Ray. Holy hell. Wow. All right. So, a lot of extra relic levels here. So, do you have Leviathan? Did I miss that at the... Okay, so you have Leviathan already. Holy shnikes. All right, let's see. What should you do next? All right, Kzax. So, what did you... All right, so I'm just looking. Kzax, what did you do last? What was like your last farm that you did? And the reason I'm asking is because that's going to give me, like, are you still, like, I'm assuming it's Kylo because he doesn't have ultimate yet. All right, so you did get the Rebel bundles last time. I don't know what the last farm was. I'm just trying to see what other things we got. So, Night Sister bundle. Wow. Okay. Okay. So, Kzax, have you given any thought to Sith Eternal? Because, like, you just finished Supreme Leader Kylo Ren and Inquisitor. So, have you thought about Sith Eternal? Because, like, you need 2 more relics on Darth Sidious. You need Relic 6 on Dooku. And I'm just looking, and I'm not trying to judge. Like, I'm just looking at, like, you've got a lot of relic levels on this account. Like, you've got a Relic 9 Sith Assassin. You had Relic 9 Rey and Ben. Like, you've got a lot of really good stuff. So, like, going after Sith Eternal, going after Count Dooku, and then from an Empire perspective, Relic 3, Relic 3, Relic 3, Relic 4. Like, I don't see why, I mean, like, some extra relics on your Empire, I think like, Sith Eternal's basically in your back pocket at this point. Like, I'd bet you could start, by the time double drops are over, for most of these guys, you could probably start their relics. So I'd probably advise that just because of how close you are. Normally, I wouldn't recommend that, but you are so, like, this is the thing. Even as much as I love to diss on Sith Eternal, as much as I love to take a crap on him, he's still a very good character. And, like, it's just about backing into him. Right? Like, you're that close. So, like, that's a very good one. I'd also tell you that, like, you're not overly far from Jedi Master Luke at this point either. So, Jedi Master Luke could be another good option. I wouldn't mind Leia either. Right? I think you could make a case for JML or Leia. The reason I said JML is because I do think it might be a little bit less Kyra tech. But, you know, Leia could also be a very good option for you. Yeah, you're too far away from Jabba for it to make sense right now. So I think either JML or Leia after Sith Eternal. I just feel like Sith Eternal makes way too much sense. You're so close. And I know that sounds so weird because, like, I'm the biggest Sith Eternal hater. We're going into, like, a separatist raid. But, like, for an account like this, I see it as you've got a lot of the really good pieces that, like, you have the vast majority of your separatists. At least that if, like, you needed to relic Droidica, it's not the end of the world for you. If you have to relic Newt Gunray, it's not the end of the world. So that's kind of why I'm leaning more towards that Sith Eternal farm. Like, you have very good unaligned Force users. I think your best bet here would be just Sith Eternal as a quick farm, and then kind of move from there. That would be my advice for you, because I just don't see the, how do I say this? I don't think it makes sense to start something as far away as Jabba or JML or Leia when you're like 4 relics, 5 relics away from Sith Eternal. I feel that's silly, right? You basically have a Galactic Legend most of the way done. Now, this needs correcting. I mean, what are we doing here? This needs correcting, my friend. This, unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. Not even fully modded. Like, unacceptable that the king of Swago is not even, forget even relic, like, he doesn't even have his Omicron, right? Just unacceptable. So, yeah. But I think Sith Eternal and then like a JML Leia would be my bet. And JML gives you your king, so that kind of solves that problem right there. But yeah, Kyber 2, it's really, really good for that GP. Yeah, this is an outrage. It's unfair. Somebody said Philly's taking care of business. I gotta check in on the Phillies. All right, let's see what the Phillies are doing. There, that's what I'm talking about. Sheesh. Man, we going off tonight. Only 1 home run, too. Let's go. So that's just like batting practice out there, man. Good for us. All right. So I'm going to take a quick break here to go get some more soda. I'm a little parched, and I'll be right back up. Gotta take the time to do it right. It's like a soda pour. I'm all up on the other boat. That's why I'm overboard. All right. So let's see who the next channel member is. Guys, remember, we do channel members first. And if you have multiple accounts as a channel member right now, I'm going to get through everybody's first round, and then we'll kind of figure out where to go from there. So I'm just scrolling back up to make sure I've grabbed all the channel members here. Where are we at? Come on. Okay, there was Kzax. All right, now we're scrolling. We scrolling. Scrolling. Okay. All right, next I see Chris. All right, we've got Chris next. And Chris said farming Leia, then going for Profundity. Your mods can't keep up with the light speed bundles. I feel you, man. I think a lot of people are in that. All right, so you said going for Leia. Okay, let's see where we're at here. So, Captain Rex, Rolo. Okay, so we need Drogon still. Dude, everybody, I swear, everybody got Darth Bane. Everybody got Darth Bane. Okay, so we still need Lobot, but he's an easy gear. So that looks good overall. Like a little bit of some gearing left, but nothing like crazy. Now that one will hurt a little bit, but you did get the Ewok bundle, so that gave you 2 of them right there. How we looking on the Empire with Scout Trooper? Okay, so 7-star, just no gear yet. So still a good bit of gear for Leia. Oh, excuse me. So overall, I wouldn't say it's bad progress. And did this account? I'm trying to remember. Okay, and you still need gear on Leia too. So yeah, I mean, I don't hate this, right? I don't hate the idea of going for Leia. You're definitely gonna have a lot of Kyra tech coming up here because you got to think. Not only do you need Drogon, Nisa, Scout Trooper, Coors Light Leia, then you're gonna need Leia herself, and then Admiral Raddus. So you definitely need a lot of heavy Kyra techs coming up. I mean, Lobot's a joke to gear. Like that, he doesn't even count. Like Jyn Erso, Cassian, they're not bad. Like some of those guys are not hard to gear. They're just like, obviously the Gear 13 stuff sucks, but it's the same for everybody. But yeah, you definitely still have a lot of Kyra techs to go. And then, oh, excuse me. Yeah, so more. So definitely a lot of Zetas to go here too. Are you? Oh, excuse me, man. So, yeah, I don't really hate any of the decisions here. Let me just see something here. So, Chris, I'd say the only thing I'd consider maybe is when you're going for profundity, I would grab either Scarith Rebel Pathfinder or K2. I would definitely grab one of those two. Because you're going to want that full team of 5. Like, don't be like Fat Phil, right? Don't be like Fat Phil. Like, make sure that we're cooking. right? Make sure you're doing the right things. But otherwise, I think you're in pretty good shape for Leia, right? I think Leia's a good decision. I think Profundity is also a very good decision right after this. And then, honestly, I think it does set you up well for, like, thinking about Jabba, because you'll have, like, Coors Light Leia already. You'll have Jedi Knight Luke, your Han Solos at Relics, so you could kind of start maybe thinking that direction, too. Not saying that that's, like, priority number one, but just something to think about, right? Baze is very good. What I don't like about him as much, I don't think he offers as much in the Rogue One team for me. I do like Baze a lot. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of very good things about him. I feel like Pathfinder is the better relic for that team. But yeah, Chris, I think your strategy's smart. I'm looking through like your Zetas, and I don't see anything jarring where it's like, what the heck were we thinking? So I'm pretty okay with it. I think we're in good shape here, my friend. So, yeah, otherwise I think as you get closer to Leia, maybe check back in with me. We'll see what we got going on. But otherwise, dude, good stuff. Let's keep rocking and rolling here. Yeah, I think Baze with Leia is very good as well. I think that's a very solid, underrated one. But I've actually found I really like, using Mon Mothma and Captain Rex there. That is for me, that's kind of my bread and butter. All right, I gotta make sure I get all the. Where am I at here? Where am I at? All right, there's Chris. Okay. Let's keep coming down. Let's keep going. Gosh, there's so many. Exonics, I'm going to skip your alt for now, just because I want to get to some of the other channel members who haven't got their first review yet. Okay, next is Justin Michelotti. All right, let's see what we got cooking here, Justin. All right, 10.3 million. Kyber 1. Leviathan. Okay, interesting. So 4-star Leviathan, 4-star Profundity, and a 6-star Executor. Holy crap. Wait, hold on. Phil, check a roster review about Justin Michelotti. What, hold on. So, the only thing I'll say, Justin, is that I would not... I'm okay with that on Profundity and Executor, but Leviathan, you're missing all the good stuff without it at 7-star. Without it at 7-star, it's missing so much of the stuff that makes it good. Because you don't even get 2 reinforcements at 4-star. So you don't even get, the, Mark 6 Interceptor, like, you don't even get the Mark 6 Interceptor to insta-kill with this. So, I mean, 5-star bare minimum. But Leviathan, I was kind of saying the same thing to Exonics. And I hate saying it because it sucks, but it's just like a harsh truth. The Leviathan pre-7-star is probably one of the most... I'd argue just like way down on my list of ships. It's just not that good. All of its best stuff is gated behind like the 7-star, and you could say that's the same for every ship, but like Profundity at 4-star is still capable of beating 7-star Executors. It's still capable of beating like all the rest of the fleets in the game. Leviathan will struggle against a good Profundity before it's 7-star. Like, it'll struggle against Executors. It 1000% will. It's unfortunate, but it is a harsh truth. So that is the one thing I would say. Because, and you're like a very solid player. Like, you're in Kyber 1. So, like, you're in Kyber 1. Like, you're a very, very good player with a very, very, yeah, that's the thing. I leave mine on defense, but mine can still get holds against guys. I mean, you're still doing really, really well in Kyber 1. Like, don't make no mistake about that, right? You're still very, very good. I would just say that maybe 7-starring that ship could work up a little bit. And the thing is, like, you take data, like, I'm just looking, like, you take datacrons very seriously, which means you're spending crystals in some way to get that many datacrons. Like, you were doing extra conquest refreshers or something. So, like, I'd 100% tell you it's worth it. You have Bo-Katan Mandalore as well, which is, I don't want to sound it, how do I say this? I'm not sounding judgmental when I say it, but, like, I'll be... You know, Bo-Katan probably helping out a lot because you don't have Lord Vader, but you have the easy insta-win against him right now. So, like, your opponents don't really get a Lord Vader advantage over you because you've got Bo. I'd be very curious to see... So, are you working on Lord Vader at this point? Is that kind of the next... Are we doing that right now? I'd be curious, is that the plan? Because, like, you've got the Bad Batch at Relic 5. Oh, Allie, Andrew's been a member for forever. Andrew's one of, like, the OG members. He's definitely, like, in the original, like, couple. He's definitely in, like, the first 10. So you're slowly gearing up Lord Vader. Yeah, Lord Vader will be a huge difference for this account. Okay, false. I am judging you that you have a Relic 7 Reva and your Inquisitors are below what's required for the mission. So I am throwing shade. I am 100% throwing shade. Gosh. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Kind of. Not really. Judgmental. You said you're planning to go Gungans first when they go to nodes. I mean, I can see that, but, like, I think you can still get Lord Vader because, like, what do you have left for Lord Vader at this point? Like, in the time that it's going to take you to get Lord Vader, you'll have the your Gungans will be 7-star. Like, I think Lord Vader makes a lot more sense because, like, you need a Relic 7 Nuke Gunray, Relic 7 Zam. So there's 200 Kyber attack. Yeah, I think you'd be a lot... I feel you'd be better going for Lord Vader personally. That's just my opinion, right? Take that with, you know, grains of salt or whatever. But I feel like Lord Vader would be a really good option for you. Because it's not that much Kyber tech for you to get Lord Vader at this point. Because you've spent you spent it on the Kyber tech batch already. So that would just be what I would do. Right? But again, Gungans are not a bad thing. Like, if you decide to go Gungans first, I'm not going to fault you. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. Like, They're obviously a great faction, and Agnard's was showing, Arnold's was showing, everybody's kind of showing how good Jar Jar is. So, but yeah, I think overall you're in a very good place. No Afra, no Cam is interesting. Because it definitely kind of hurts Keller and Beck a little bit there. Otherwise, I mean, definitely bought some Lightspeed bundles, which is fine. Like, that's the smart thing to do. So, yeah, man, overall, I think you're, like, in a... Stop playing when Cam came out. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I wouldn't... I think you're smart not rushing to go for him right now. So, yeah, Justin, I think you're overall, I think this is a wise decision. I'd say the biggest thing for me is 7-star your Leviathan, and then either, whether it's Lord Vader or Gungans, I don't really care, but one of those two, and then, like, the other one immediately following it. Because I just don't think you can afford to miss out on both of those things for much longer. Girl dater, yes they do. Yeah, Justin, absolutely not on Afra. Afra is I think for me, I'd say your roster and mine are going to be in very similar positions with this. Afra is something that you'll do, like, I don't know, not right now. That's going to have to be something where I'd almost argue that until they, like, maybe they give you Hondo or Sana as, like, an unlock character, or like, login character or something like that, I just don't see the value in her. Right? I just don't see value in Dr. Afra right now. With, like, they already put her in territory battles for combat missions. They put Hondo in there. Like, she's kind of hit her peak. You know what I mean? That with, like, you think when we got Bo, she wasn't in TB yet. They told us it would happen, but she wasn't there yet. Afra has hit her peak. We know what her datacron does. She's a known quantity. So, like, you're making Kyber 1 without her. I'm in Kyber 1 without her. She's not a necessary thing. So, yeah, I would say you're much better off focusing on, like, Leviathan 7-star, Gungans, Lord Vader. And honestly, I want to give you a lot of props to say that I'm very pleased to see that you're not rushing Profundity, because it doesn't need it. Rushing Executor, it is what it is. But I think Levi to 7-star would be my big rush. I'd even say Levi to 7-star goes priority over Gungans and Lord Vader, personally. I know that's a hot take, but that's how good I think Leviathan is. Oh yeah, I mean, with double drops it's great. Like, it's not that, like, Hondo and Sana are, like, hard farms. It's just the fact that, like, I think of the blue signal data I could get and it's not fun. But it did cross my mind, this double drops. So, yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do there, Justin. I think we're gonna call that good. All right, we did see Girl Dater coming in with the 199. Thank you, my friend. Don't worry, you are in the queue now. I just need to make sure we get to the other channel member. We got people, I think, still working up here. Let's see where we were. All right, so next is Teacher Man. And then I think after Teacher Man is, I'm just looking here, because I think after Teacher Man, I saw Girl Dater. So I think Teacher Man is going to be here, and then we'll grab you, Girl Dater. The 199, my friend. All right, let's see what we cooking here. think I messed up on the gas unlock. Have Padme lead and not unique. Need faster GK. He is not 270 speed yet, which is needed for tier 2. Been working on Inquisitors for Guild and Executor. Alright, buddy. So, let's see. GK. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, so I think the Padme, are you out of, I'm assuming you're out of Zetas, teacher, right? Is that kind of the, no Zetas left. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you're just going to have to keep trying. Like, you could do some remodding and stuff. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember where I know I have a guide on it. I don't remember if I talked during it or something like that. And now anything I do would be very, very silly because I have a Relic 8 Padme, a Relic 8 General Kenobi, Relic 7, like it would not be helpful for anybody. But yeah, there's definitely an order to everything here. I would just keep going, right? Try and try again until lions become lambs. Worst comes to worst, you might just have to wait for that Padme unique Zeta. That unique Zeta is just so incredibly important. It is really, really good. Yeah, I would definitely say good mods on Padme. Definitely not protection. She wants health percent. She definitely wants health percent. Ali, I'd love to do more guides. I just got yelled at. I just get yelled at for that. Because I don't have the, what's it called? Because my characters are too high of relics, or they all have Zetas and everybody freaks out. So then teacher, let's see what else we got here. Then you said Inquisitors for the guild. Okay. So personally, I know you can't do it now. I would have gone second sister over eighth brother because she's the pilot for TIE Interceptor, which is far more important. And then you said Executor, so let's see where we're at with that. So Piet is Relic 5, Vader Relic 7. Excuse me. 5, 5, 5. Okay, so you need these guys at Relic 5. Okay, we do have Beskar Mando. Where's TIE Fighter Pilot at? Okay. Yeah, I think so, teacher. I think overall, like, you've got a lot of the bundles, which is good. Need GK faster. And like, the thing is, don't like stress too much if you're not getting General Skywalker right away, because I think for you're still probably a ways away from the like being able to beat the Separatist part of that, right? Yeah. Ships wise, I think you're in good shape. Yeah, Patrick, like, I'm not going to say that, like, I still have the strategies to make those things work. It's just that my gear levels, it doesn't matter anymore. But, like, to be fair, a lot of those events, like the General Skywalker event when I did it compared to when people do it now, is far different. Like, it's a joke now. It is a joke now. Like, I sound like such a boomer, but, like, I had to go uphill both ways. You know, like, so, like, I don't have sympathy for people trying General Skywalker right now because it used to be so much more challenging. It was probably, like, it was the worst event. Easily the worst event. Yeah, but teacher, seriously, don't stress too much if you're not getting General Skywalker right away, because the bigger thing that you've got to keep in mind, too, is you still have to get through the Separatist mission as well, and you probably need some Zetas there to get through it easily, right? So yeah, I would say overall, buddy, I don't mind you trying to go for General Skywalker, but I think Executor would still be your number one priority. And if your guild isn't ready for, like, if your guild is not, like, how many people in your guild are actually, like, how do I say this? How many people in your guild are actually getting Riva shards? Because, like, more often than not, I see players, like, they're like, oh, I'm working on Inquisitors for my guild, and they're, like, the first one to unlock them. Like, if nobody's earning Riva shards right now, like, I don't want to say that you should never be, like, the first one, but if, like, no one in your guild is doing it, don't feel like you need to unless you're trying to change guilds. Because then, like, yes, you're going to have Inquisitors, but before you get Riva, while Grand Inquisitor is good, General Skywalker would be better, in my opinion. I still think Grand Inquisitor is a very underrated team by the vast majority of the player base, but I would not be getting somebody like Grand Inquisitor over someone like General Skywalker. So I don't know if that helps you. But hopefully that gives you some, you know, don't get too stressed out over that, because I think we'll be in good shape. Okay, yeah, so not a ton of players, so not even like, so a little bit over 10% of the guild. I wouldn't be going crazy on it yet. It's a start. It's a start, but I think maybe a Executor could help, because, you know, you'll get those fleet crystals. All right, so then I think we've got, I'm looking here. All right, so we have teacher, and now I think we're ready for Girl Dater with the 199 super chat, jumping into the queue, working on Jedi Master Luke and Inquisitors. All right, let's see what we're working on, buddy. See what we got here. And then after this one, we've got Jedi Trader next. Oh, God bless, my friend. God bless. Jonathan Veers, what's going on, buddy? Absolutely, he is king. All right, so working on Jedi Master Luke and Inquisitors. All right, when people say "and Inquisitors" to something else, I always wonder what that means. So you're shard farming Inquisitors. We have Jedi Knight Luke. We've got Old Ben. We've got Hermit Yoda. Okay. Done. Almost. So Relic 5. Okay. Needs to be Relic 7. Needs to be Relic 5. Okay, so yeah, you're not overly far from... So you're just relic levels away from Jedi Master Luke, which is solid. So I think that is... really, really good. Yeah, okay. So are we saving Zetas for Jedi Master Luke? Like, what's the Zeta situation on the account right now? How are you on Zetas? I don't know. Oh yeah, do you have the Y-Wing? I always forget that that's like, I don't know. I feel like if you're going for one of those GLs and you neglect like Y-Wing or the bomber, like that's just self-inflicted. 75 of 85 shards. All right, you really need to be hammering that. Because, like, you're probably going to finish all of your relics before you finish Y-Wing. Man, yeah, that's like probably, I don't know, 2.5 months away with ship drop rates. How many Zetas do you have right now would be a better question. Yeah, I mean, saving Zetas is fine. The reason I was asking is because, like, you have Biggs. Like, if we go to Rebel Fighters, for example, like, you have Cara Dune, Kyle, Wedge, Biggs. You could put, like, Cara Dune in there if you had some Zetas to spare, but if you don't have Zetas to spare, it's not worth it. You don't need it. Whoa, you don't need it 7-star? Holy crap, that's insane. I forgot that. It's not 7-star. Get it to 7-star anyway, but geez Louise, what a joke. That's how long. Wow, what the hell? That's how. Oh my god. I completely forgot that for Sith Eternal and JML, they're like, oh yeah, you only need it at 6-star. What an absolute. That's shambolic, man. Taking it light on us. I completely forgot that was a thing. I just always assume everything's 7-star. Like, why would it not be? That's so funny. Oh my god. That is hilarious. Well, there you go. See, Fat Phil's account is so large that he just assumes everything has to be 7-star because why the hell not? Okay. If that's the case, then you're fine. I mean, I would still farm it every day. So, I remember Finalizer and Radis. Like, those are 5-star, but those are like, I mean, I had Radis at 7-star, you know, with a level 1 holdo. Like, I had that at 7-star long before I even thought about Rey. Yeah, so 100 Zetas at that point, yeah, just start saving for Luke. I wouldn't hate a Zeta on Cara Dune, but you don't have anything on Mothma, so I don't know that I would do that. Otherwise, so after JML, you'll have the original 4 GLs. Interesting. So, are you thinking any light speed? But okay, so you already have a lot of the Galactic Republic characters. Oops. So, I'm just looking here to see. So, are you purchasing a lot of these other bundles? Yeah, okay, so you purchased a lot of the other bundles. One thing to think about would maybe be General Skywalker. That could maybe be a really good farm after this because, like, Rex and 5s you already have at relic levels. You've got Echo and ARC Trooper at least close. Like, I would really say that General Skywalker could be a solid farm for you after you get Jedi Master Luke. Because, one, you bought the bundles, but you kind of have, like, I feel like you're in a really good place where you could do a lot of that. So, like, I'd say after JML, go right into General Skywalker. Because you could get, like, just, you don't, like, think about, like, just the relics you would need for General Skywalker. General Skywalker himself, General Grievous to finish out your droid teams, and then you needed ARC Trooper and Echo. So, and you already have Zetas here. So you've done a lot of good work already for that farm. So I would say go full bore into General Skywalker at this point. I think he could make that happen. So that's what I think. That's what I would do if I was you, Girl Dater. I think you get your JML, and then I think we go right into General Skywalker. Your 501st is ready. You'll have the Padme team. You know, I think and you have Commander Tano as well. So like, you're gonna be in really good shape. I think that would be my game plan moving forward. And then post General Skywalker, I think it's maybe do a little bit of stuff for the raid, and then probably start working on that next Galactic Legend, whether you think that should be, you know, GL Leia because of the Lightspeed bundle you purchased, or, you know, General or Jedi Master Kenobi because of all the work you've done in the Galactic Republic here. Like, you've got a lot of options. And then you said Inquisitors. I mean, they eventually have to be a thing. But if you're not getting any Reva shards, just focus on getting them to 7-star and just start thinking about some gear. Remember, the first Inquisitor you're going to want to put gear onto would be Second Sister, because she's the pilot for TIE Interceptor, and that's going to be the biggest boost to your account until you get, you know, Grand Inquisitor, and then Second Sister kind of gets tossed to the side. But, you know, that'd be my advice there, my friend. So, yeah, hopefully that gives you some direction there, buddy. I hope that makes sense. Thank you again for the $1.99, my friend. Much appreciated. All right, we're going to move on to Jedi Trader. So again, guys, if you're waiting around for reviews, just remember it is channel right now. I'm just catching up on all the channel members. Super chats jump into the line. And we've got still a couple of channel members to keep hitting up here. They keep kind of coming in here knowing it's time for a review. So let's see who we got next. I know there was one up here. Come on, where are we at? There it is. Jedi Trader. All right, so I'll get in the roster roast queue. With all the Lightspeed bundles, just finished Grand Inquisitor, hoarding for Bane, next Conquest, but need to finish off JML Rex, I think. That seems to be most logical. All right, so, wow, so we're still missing a Zeta on SLKR. Just finished Grand Inquisitor. Okay, so you at least have Zetas on the Inquisitors, which is good. Like, that's good. So, I'm going to tell you that I would get Darth Bane. Everybody said to skip Kylo's basic. Oh, man. Hold on. So, I mean, his basic is pretty decent because... Oh, wait, no. Hold on. That's not the one you're missing, though. You're missing Press the Advantage. You have his basic. You're missing Press the Advantage, which is... Hold on. Yeah, oh, you know, this is a really important one, because this is the one that says, that he's immune to stagger and can't gain taunt effects. Yeah, no, you definitely need this Zeta. You absolutely need that Zeta. This is because, like, the taunt effects, the reason why that's such a problem is, like, you can't mark Kylo, like, Supreme Leader Kylo Ren with your Jedi Knight Revan. So, if you can't get around Kylo Ren en masse, Calvin said to skip it. I disagree. I'm sorry. I'm going to disagree. Listen, guys, I am very different than, like, every other content creator. You have a galactic legend. They're literally the best. Like, they're the best characters in the game. Like, I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see why you, like, I would want my Kylo to be immune to taunt effects. Now, like, the one thing here is that, like, stagger against, like, Supreme Leader Kylo Ren, I don't care what the other YouTubers say. I'm different. All the rest of the YouTubers have had all of the Zetas on him the entire time. So what the hell, like, what are we talking about here? Like, I'm sorry, but I get so passionate about this. Like, if I told you a Zeta is skippable and I've had it on my Supreme Leader Kylo Ren the entire friggin' time I've had him, what kind, like, that's not helpful information. So, like, the big thing here is the immune to taunt effects. So this is going to include Mark, which, like, Jedi Knight Revan is a big part of that. Because, like, one of the things in Jedi Master Luke fights, when you go up against, like, Supreme Leader Kylo Ren with Jedi Master Luke, you've got to go kill Kylo Ren en masse. You've got to go, like, try and get through to Sith Trooper. Because you can't, like, you got to kill the tanks before you focus on Supreme Leader Kylo Ren. If I can ignore everybody else, I'm killing Supreme Leader Kylo Ren first. Like, I'm just going right after Supreme Leader Kylo Ren. Like, God, I wish there was a sandbox mode to show you guys just how crazy stupid, like, I'm gonna say stupid, but, like, my Jedi Knight Revan, I bet you without that Zeta, I'd bet you don't need Jedi Master Luke to beat Supreme Leader Kylo Ren. Because Kylo's gonna go do whatever he's gonna do, and then I'm just gonna mark him down, and because he's gonna have Mark, right? You guys are gonna love this. Like, let's just, do you have Jedi Knight Revan in this account? Where's Jedi Knight Revan? So, Jedi Knight Revan. This attack deals 25% more damage to dark side enemies. If the target is marked, Revan gains 20% turn meter. So, like, I'm just saying, like, if you're skipping that Zeta, like, yeah, I think, like, you're opening up to just Revan kind of destroying people. I'm not, guys, I think what you guys are missing, I don't care what, like, but, like, for some of you, he's not pure offense. Like, at 6.7 million, you can't tell me that your Supreme Leader Kylo Ren is pure offense. I just don't see the, I feel like you want him to be able to, like, you don't want your Kylo getting taunt. Like, if I can get taunt on your Kylo, it is game over. I'm gonna say that. I'm sorry. I disagree. People can come at me for that, but, like, Jedi Knight Revan is such a big part of those counters, and normally it's, I've got to go target Kylo Ren unmasked and First Order Stormtrooper before I can go kill Kylo. Yeah, but, like, so, like, you're gonna remove health, but, like, at what point does it matter if I'm gonna remove health if I, like, so I go up against your Kylo, right? He's not immune to stagger. So now, yeah, I'm going to give him 10% max health, but I'm only going to give it to him how many times did I actually remove that stagger. So I'm not removing that much turn meter. Like, I don't think everybody kind of comprehends that, like, I'm more than happy to give Kylo 10% turn meter with my Mara Jade if it means that he's never going to take a turn after his first one. Like, that's literally what's going to happen, is you're going to be able to get around Kylo Ren unmasked, you're going to kill Hux, and then I'm just going to keep Kylo from ever taking turns. Yeah, I think that this is where a lot of players are going to end up messing up with these bundles. Like, you're going to get a GL and think that it's a GL. And then you're going to get wrecked by something because you're missing a Zeta like this. I'm sorry. I think you're better off. I think you're going to be a lot better off with that Zeta. Taunt effects are so big. So, I'm sorry. I don't mean to, like, bash all these other YouTubers. I'm not trying to say that they don't know what they're doing. I'm just saying that I wholeheartedly agree with that because I can 1000% see how Kylo would just get completely, like, obliterated by that stagger if you know what you're doing. Yeah, like the skippable Zeta, like somebody said, like, if it was the basic, right, you could say it's, like, skippable, but where the basic really comes in handy is, like, if the target is stunned, you deal damage 3 times. So, yeah, like, it's just, yeah, I think that, like, if you're gonna skip one, it's maybe the basic, because how many times are you dealing damage to a stunned enemy with your basic with Supreme Leader Kylo Ren? But, yeah, I personally think you'd want the other way. And also, just think about this, guys, that right now, like, yeah, like, isn't there a Sith Cron that does mark or something like that? Like, aren't there Datacrons sometimes that will inflict marked on people? Like, I swear that there's something, or is it just that Sith can, like, you know, ignore taunt? But, like, I'd be careful because Kylo gets marked, it's game over. He's not a very, like, this is the thing. He's not a very thick galactic legend, right? Like, he doesn't have a lot of health. He and Jedi Master Kenobi, their, like, max health is actually very low. So, yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to exit out of your account, Jedi. I was just got on a rant there a little bit. Definitely got on a rant. Oh, I've definitely beaten Kylo with Sith Eternal. It's definitely possible. You need to use the right team, but yeah. Okay, so, man, I completely lost my train of thought with that rant. Again, I'm not trying to, like, I do not want to bash other content creators. I have nothing but, like, respect for so many of the content creators in this game, but, like, I just do not agree with saying that I don't think there's a single skippable Zeta on a Galactic Legend. I'll even argue that Jedi Master Luke's ultimate is still unskippable, even though I know people skip it. But, so now you're hoarding for Bane, but you need to finish off Jedi Master Luke Rex. So if we talk about Jedi Master Luke for a second, so you have Old Ben, you've got Hermit Yoda. Oh, did you have Jedi Knight Luke? I didn't even check for that. So no Jedi Knight Luke yet? Oh, Jedi Knight Luke. Okay, so we're still a ways away from Jedi Knight Luke. Wow, okay. Oops. Okay. All right, so here is a very, very hot take. I would completely pause JML to make sure you get Bane to Relic 7 right away. Yeah, I would tell you that I think I would get Bane. Like, I would get Bane before I would get JML. I think Bane, even without his Datacron in 5v5, Bane was doing things that JML would struggle with for much better banners. where JML is superior to Bane is every other game mode outside of like GAC and Territory Wars, because Bane kind of kills off his team or loses a lot of his utility because of the rule of two. So like any of those, win with a full team in Conquest, like Bane can't really help there. Or, in territory battles, he can be solid. But I think JML is still superior in that regard. And I think Conquest JML is one of the best uses. But I'd kind of pause your JML from a Kyrotech perspective until you have enough stuff for Bane. The only thing I will say, the only thing I'll say with Bane is that if you want to have a little bit of a better chance to kill Rey, so Talon can help, right? You'd have to use Talon. So she'll have to go with Bane because you can't use... If you have Bane's Datacron, if you end up getting Bane's Datacron, you can't use Sith Trooper because it spawns one, so you'd have to use Talon or Dooku there. So I would kind of say that we just wait on any extra... you said you just did Inquisitors too, so that's good. But I would say that you kind of pause JML in anticipation of Bane. And what I would do, Jedi, right, is you should go on GG, go on swogo.gg, see how much gear Bane needs. Once you have as much gear as you need, so say it's like 700 Kyrotech, once you get 700 Kyrotech, you get to 800, look and see if there's a Jedi Master loot character that you could take to Relics. Once you have enough of all the signal data you need, which would be 115 green, 115 white, and 75 blue, once you're at that point and you get above that, maybe you start working on some JML Rex, but at least get to the levels that you need for Bane first. He's going to be so incredibly important. In terms of Bane's Zetas, skip his leadership. In terms of his Zetas, I can tell you that you can skip his leadership. Just to show you what I mean here. There's my Bane. So, like, I've skipped his leadership. So, Bane's lead as it stands is Sith allies have 30 offense and 30 speed. They can't be revived. But the leadership would just add that light side enemies have minus 10 speed doubled for Jedi. So, while that is nice, it's situational. Because if you use him against Leia, yes, it's minus 10 speed for the team. Use him against JML, minus 20. But I found you don't really need it, right? Like, I don't think this is necessary. It would help against Rey a little bit, but like 10 speed is, I don't know, it's not really that much. Like, if it was, I'd argue if this was light side enemies have minus 10 speed doubled for Jedi, or like Bane gets 10 speed and Bane gains 10 speed plus, like if he gained this kind of speed, like, hey, if you're going up against the light side team, Bane will gain that speed. Whatever speed they lose, Bane gains. I think this would be worth it, but I think just saying this alone, I don't know is worth it in the current state of the game. Yeah, that's kind of my analysis for Bane. Like, that's the Zeta I skip as the lead. Just because I think it's so it's situational. I've used Bane against Lord Vader plenty of times, I've used him against Jabba before. So, yeah. Anyways, then you get your JML. I think that's a very good option. I like that a lot. And then going back to your Jedi, because I saw him. Once you get JML, let's go Relic your Jedi Knight Revan. because like he's just such an important part of that JML team. And obviously even somebody like Big Shock could be really, really nice on that Jedi team. Grandmaster Yoda, also another good option for you. Like the reason I like Big Shock is she makes the Lord Vader battle easier. You know, she provides healing. She's got a cleanse, offense up. So yeah, like, you know, Grandmaster Yoda is really nice for the turn meter gain, but I think Big Shock is probably a little bit better if I had to say. So yeah, after JML, I'd maybe flesh out some of your teams a little bit, just because you've done a lot of, like, you got Rey, you got Kylo, your JML, you're going to be getting Bane. You know, I'm just trying to look and see in your account here. Like, it looks like you did a bunch of light speed bundles, so if you're starting to get starved on Zetas, that's where I think we're going to start. Hey, maybe look at Traya, Shock T, you know, Jedi Knight Revan, Savage, you know, these characters where we kind of have some relics invested, or some Zetas invested. Let's get some relics. Zori would be another big one that I would definitely do as well. So yeah, definitely a lot of characters for you to still kind of work on for relics after those farms to kind of round out some of those teams. So that would be my advice there. Also, Sigma Legions, my man. And then you have Executor. You know, Profundity, I think eventually should be at least a thought for you. I don't know when, like, I can't say I know when for sure, but I would definitely think about Profundity at some point in time, just because I think it's a very good fleet and you're going to have a lot of those Rebel characters. Let's just see. Yeah, I think Profundity eventually is something that maybe you're going to want to think about. So, yeah, man, I think that's where I'm at, Jedi Trader. So, yeah, we spent a lot of time there, guys. But, yeah, I want to circle back to this, right? Like, getting a Galactic Legend. And I'm even going to pick on, I'm going to pick on Jedi just because I'm in his account, because I think I saw it. But, like, I know, just, you know, he's got the Zetas on Starkiller. But, like, if you bought one of these bundles, right? Don't, like, I get that it's going to be hard to equip all the Zetas at once. But, like, I have a very tough time recommending skipping Zetas and then, like, never going back to them. Because, like, my fear, right? And again, maybe I'm just different, but, like, my fear for a lot of you is you're going to skip it, you know, skip that Zeta on Kylo. And then, like, you're going to be like, oh, well, I don't have time for the one on Kylo because I got to do this and I got to do this. And yeah, that's just kind of the way that, I don't know if that makes sense, guys, but that's the way that I feel. You'll eventually just keep skipping it because, you know, that's what is, like, safe and comfortable to you. All right, so next is, I'm trying to look and see here, because I think I saw Andrew Bradshaw saying he's got to go here soon, so I'm trying to find, there we go. All right, Andrew, I think you are the next one, so I think we're in good shape. All right, Andrew, let's grab this. Let's grab this review here. Another channel member. Channel members came out in force tonight, guys. I'm very happy to see that. All right, so okay, Andrew. So and you have 7-star Executor. That's right. Okay. So, okay, Andrew, first thing I'm going to tell you to do between now and the next conquest. Wait, have you completed easy mode, or have you completed, like, normal mode conquest? Have you like made it through a full conquest yet, Andrew? If you have, bloat to 4 million. We want to get to 4 million if you've beat conquest, because we need to get into hard mode, right? That is so incredibly important to do. Okay, so let's take a look here and see where the resistance is at. And I think from a first order perspective, I saw that you're doing the Kylo tickets now. So that's good. That's what I would be doing right now as well. So we got to do the Kylo tickets. Okay. So wow. Okay. And Andrew, you're out of Zetas, right? Are you? And you said you're out of Zetas, Andrew? I just want to make sure I got that right. Because, like, you need the Kylo, the Supreme Leader Kylo Ren Zetas. So, Andrew, you'll see why I'm asking here in a second, but are we out of Zetas, or do we at least have some wiggle room here after Kylo? You have, okay, hold on. So you have, before we go, so I think we're gonna, 3 for Jedi Knight Revan. Oh, do we really? I don't know that I'm gonna tell you that you want all 3 for Jedi Knight Revan. I love Jedi Knight Revan as much as the next guy. However, you have, just think about this. You've got Commander Luke, Chewbacca, Han Solo at gear 12, along with C-3PO. And you've got 3PO and Chewie at, a decent gear level. I mean, you're not terribly far from thinking about Jedi Knight Luke. I'm not saying that's where you go yet, right? But, like, you've got the foundations here. However, you also bought the General Skywalker pack. You have Rex and Echo at least at 7-star. Now, Arc Trooper is in the Cantina, but he's double dropped, and it's a 12 energy node, so it's not the worst thing in the world. But you bought this General Skywalker bundle. I'd almost wonder if you'd be better off going for General Skywalker than Jedi Knight Revan. Because here's the thing, right? So for your Jedi Knight Revan team, you would probably end up using like Jedi Knight Revan himself, Jedi Knight Anakin, like Shaak Ti, General Kenobi, and like Old Ben or, Ezra. Because, like, they're the ones you have at Relics. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't hate if you just went full bore into Jedi Knight Luke, right? I'm not going to say that I wouldn't hate if you went full bore into Jedi Knight Luke and kind of just let the General Skywalker bundle sit there for a little bit. Because then if you get Jedi Knight Luke, then your Jedi Knight Revan, then that conversation with Jedi Knight Revan isn't so bad. But I think right now, it's a lot harder to recommend Jedi Knight Revan Zetas when you won't have Basti, you won't have Jolie at Relics. I mean, your Jedi Knight Revan won't even be Relic. Yeah, I wonder about that. I almost wonder if it'd be better going like gas. And even if what you ended up doing was go get General Skywalker, and then, because that would give you a General Grievous Droids team, it'd give you the Padme team, and then you could use General Skywalker with Jedi Knight Revan, and like that was such an annoying team back in the day. So yeah, I think I'd maybe stick to your current plan of trying to get Jedi Knight Luke, because you do need a lot of gear for Padme. You're gonna need the Zetas there. It might be like you might even be better off going for like the General Grievous team, because you have GG already. He's not going to be overly hard to gear. You're going to have that like Separatist droids there. You've already kind of got them. So the other side of me says maybe you save those Zetas, use them on like General Grievous and B1, and start making a Separatist droid team. Yeah, so maybe you work on General Grievous. Oh, excuse me. You work on General Grievous while kind of slow farming your Jedi Knight Luke. Maybe that's an option. Oh. Maybe that would be a good option there, is kind of, build that maybe. Yeah, I think if I was to tell you, this is the thing. I'd say this, Andrew. The General Grievous team is an offensive team at this point. Like, I would not place it. The reason why you don't place it on defense is, again, like Wampa, right, will like solo that team. So, and that's kind of why I hesitate. But it is a very good team. And now the only other side here, maybe I'll say pause on that. The only thing I'd say is you bought the General Skywalker pack and not the one with Nute Gunray. Because Nute Gunray makes that team a little bit better. So depending on your Kyrotech situation, which I know that's a touchy subject for everybody, you could maybe build the Padme team. So that would be another thing to maybe think about there, is just kind of go all in on like the Padme team, because Padme is, they will carry, like, she will carry you for a long time until you get Jedi Master Kenobi. She is that, leader for them. Yeah, like, I mean, General Grievous on defense, even if it is Wampa food, like, sometimes that is a strategy where it's just, I'm going to throw General Grievous on defense and I'm going to throw Iden, and you're going to use your Wampa on General Grievous, and then you have to use a much better team on Iden. But yeah, I think Kairos are not happening. Yeah. I mean, honestly then, don't feel like you have to spend any kind of Zetas. Like, maybe you just hoard a little bit if you're not sure what to do. Like, I don't want you guys to feel like just because you have gear or Zetas, if you don't know what to do with it, let's kind of hang on. You know, maybe you wait and see, Andrew, maybe you wait and see what the new raid looks like. See what teams are needed. And maybe that gives you some mindset that, hey, I'm close to Jedi Knight Luke, but they're just about to drop this raid, and now I need to gear these guys up. That could be another option. Because I just don't see the... there's not an obvious answer. Because of the bundles, unfortunately. Does that kind of help it? I don't want you to feel like you have to do Zetas and gear and stuff simply because you have it available. Like, I've held on to it plenty of times when I'm trying to figure out what to do. We're on Andrew. I'm going to be wrapping up Andrew here in a second. How many does Padme needs? I mean, realistically, she needs 2 Zetas. And I think she's 500 Kyrotech. She's not a, she's not a cheap character. I would not say ignore leadership. Do not ignore leadership. You, again, guys, like, I understand that when you're in a crunch, but, like, the problem with ignoring Padme's leadership is that it makes certain counters way easier. Like, this is the thing, guys. Like, you can't... Yeah, like, this is the thing. Right? I know, I'm gonna get on my high horse again. Like, the problem without her leadership is that you're, you know... when they have protection up, light side allies resist all debuffs and can't be critically hit. Like, do you know how insane this is? That you cannot put debuffs on them when they have protection up. So, like, you ever wonder why you put C-3PO with Padme? It's because then they can't, you know, they gain a status effect, protection up happens, no more debuffs. It wrecks you. I don't think everybody... I understand that you're like, oh, it's not as good as the unique, but that doesn't mean it's skippable. It just means that, you know, you do one before the other. Yeah, like, again, I'm not trying to like bash other people's opinions. I'm more just saying that I think we need to get away from... How do I say this without being on a high horse or sounding like I'm, you know... I understand that when I was gearing up these characters, I grew up in the land of I have plenty of Zetas. But you cannot just make an arbitrary decision that a Zeta is skippable because it's not as good as another one on that character. That's how I want to say that. Yes, is her unique better than her leadership? Absolutely. But that doesn't mean that you skip it. So, yeah, well, late game, you can't use, like, 90% of the stuff, man. So, I mean, don't, you can't talk about the late game. Like, until you get Jedi Master Kenobi, Padme is literally the, like, most important lead in Galactic Republic outside of General Skywalker. Like, Padme is your vessel for so much of that faction. So, like, I don't want you guys... Don't think, oh, when I'm in Kyber 1, I won't use Padme lead. Do you know how many times in 3v3 Grand Arena I use Padme lead? I do it all the time. Padme, Snips, Mace Windu is like a guaranteed 56 banners most of the time. Sometimes 57. Like, it's still a very, very solid team if you know what to use it against. So I still get use out of her leadership. And I use it in Conquest all the time. So, yeah, I'm not trying to... Yeah, man, this kind of turned into like a roast of other people. It's just... I don't want you guys to think because I say one Zeta or somebody says one Zeta is better than another one that it's skippable. There are not a ton of skippable Zetas in this game on important characters. Yes. Yeah, Justin, that's a great example. Or was it Justin? No, that was Exonics. Oh, don't give Darth Revan a leadership because Malgus takes over anyways. Like, that's a great example of it. I mean, if you're 8 million and you're buying the General Skywalker bundle, I've got questions. I'm not gonna lie. I have questions. Now, there's answers to it. I don't want to sound like you're, you know, that like there are acceptable answers to that. Don't get me wrong. It's just, you know, I better see some other stuff in the account. That's all I gotta say. I don't know. Maybe I'm sounding a bit elitist for the first time in my life. All right, so I think the next one is Hugh Heath still in chat? Hugh Heath. We've still got like a couple of channel members to get to, guys. I'm looking at the list. Hugh Heath, I believe you're a channel member. We still in chat? Ed. Don't worry, buddy. We're getting there, man. We're getting there. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta run up. All right, we are gonna do Hugh Heath next here. Let me grab this. Yay! Dude, I mean, fun fact, I had Supreme Leader Kylo Ren before I had Darth Revan. We'll get into that in a second. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. All right, we back. Sorry, I had to move my our toddler fell asleep in our bed, and God, so I have to like move her, and the hardest part of moving her, obviously the fact that she's like asleep, so it's like dead weight, but it's trying to lift her with one arm while I have the other arm full of like 5 different stuffed animals. So it's always a fun workout here. But yeah, so what I was saying, I had Supreme Leader Kylo Ren before I had Darth Revan. Like 100%. It just, like, I came back to the game and I didn't really have a chance to get Darth Revan until after I got Kylo. But we're taking a look here at Hugh Heath. All right. So, Kylo, again, another Kylo. Wait, is this the same account? Hold on. Because I was going to say, there's a Kylo missing, press the advantage. Is this Hugh's account? Yeah, this is a... Okay, so we're missing, again, another player missing that Zeta. So, I would get this Zeta. I'm sorry. Get this Zeta, please. Okay, so this is another... So, again, I'm not trying to put anybody particularly on blast, per se. But... So, like, this one... So, number one, Kylo does not want protection. He wants max health. So, like, this should be health percent. But at least you've got offense percent down here. Offense percent there, but he wants health percent. This one's okay. But, like, this mod here. So, I'm okay that it's health percent, but it should have offense percent. And because it's an offense kind of mod, we need to, we want to fix that, right? I know that it's hard, and I'm not trying to put people on blast because maybe you've never heard that before, but, like, anytime you have a mod type, health percent, defense percent, offense percent, if you're not using that stat in the primary, and my channel members have an advantage because they have, like, access to a spreadsheet that I've made where, I kind of tell them, hey, here's the best stats to get for mods, so that's part of why joining channel memberships is so important. But, you like a health mod like this, right? This is great. Health percent and a health mod. Health percent, health mod with good secondaries. Like, that's what you want. So, Rey modded for a lot of health, but not much offense. So the offense there, we do want to get some more offense on Rey. I would go with Rey. I'd look at maybe getting some, like, an offense set there. And then her basic. So this is another one that I think a lot of players discount because this is a Zeta where, yes, it's the last one you equip for Rey, but it's still very important because it's dealing damage a second time, and as your Rey ramps, like, when you read this, you deal damage if it's Rey's turn. She has plus 50% health steal and ignores 50% of the target's armor. This health steal is doubled while she's under 50% health. So, if you're only dealing one instance of damage, you're not really gaining that much from it. But you deal 2 instances of damage, and she's ramped her stats because the enemy has gained turn meter, and she jumps back up above 50% health and makes her that much harder. Yeah, guys, so we still have some channel members doing roster reviews. So if and then we have, like, free ones that I'd have to scroll up and find. So if you want to jump the queue, if you want a guaranteed review, it's a channel membership or a super chat, guys. It's just, You know, yes, there's potential for free as long as I get to people who are either a channel member or willing to pay. I think it's a pretty fair system. It's not a set price. I'm not charging $50, not charging $100. Like, just, you know, hey, you know, I do what I do. But I definitely think those are two Zetas I would get sooner. You have Bane. I love that. I love that you've got Bane on this account. So yeah, I like that a lot. Yeah, Ed, I would definitely agree with that statement. So then, Hugh, you're asking, is gas better or is JML better? That's a great question. So honestly, the one thing I'll say about those two farms is it's nice to do them kind of congruently because you'll get a lot of good stuff. So we don't have Arc Trooper yet. You don't have Hermit Yoda yet. All right, buddy. So here's what I'm thinking. You've got a lot of stuff to, hold on. Let me just double check something. Are you close to Rey? Or Rey, are you close to Leia and I've just missed it? 7, 7, 8, 7, 7. 3. Only Captain Han away. Okay, I must have missed that somewhere. Nice. All right. So that's good because that's what I was expecting. That is 1000% what I was expecting. So, yeah. All right, so get Leia. Now here's where I'm going to say the new raid system helps you is like you don't have Hermit Yoda yet. And you're thinking about getting General Skywalker, so they're both kind of that guild event 2 or that get 1 currency. But the nice thing is that you can also get them with oh, I'm gonna buy these actually. I need those. Sorry, I just saw some things I need to buy. But you can buy General Skywalker with the Mark II raid currency. He's a bit more expensive than Hermit Yoda, which, you know, it is what it is. But, like, you can split that. So, like, being able to get those two, you know, you can kind of speed up their farms that way. And that could be worth it for you because you're definitely close to both of them. Give me 1 second. Let me let my dog outside. Zeus, gotta go potty? Come on, Bubba. All right, so, yeah, so I think for, like, General Skywalker, Hermit Yoda, I think that could be a really good option of kind of offsetting with that currency. So, I think what it comes down to is the Zeta situation post Leia. So the reason I say that is, like, you've got Zetas, you have a lot more Zetas on your Rebels. So you kind of have those teams ready. And from the Jedi perspective, like, you'd need at least one on Hermit Yoda, And then you'd need probably 2. You'd want at least 1 for Jedi Knight Luke, if not both. I think if I was you, I would go JML first, and then I'd get General Skywalker. I say that because you don't have your 501st ready yet. So what you'll be able to do is you'll get JML, and then you can start working on General Skywalker, and then you can put General Skywalker in your Jedi Master Luke team as a Jedi. And he's actually kind of broken in the Jedi Master Luke team because he uses 2 abilities. So when you use JML's like special ult on General Skywalker, you like call like Jedi Knight Luke or somebody to assist, and then General Skywalker will still go use an ability. And so like what you're able to do sometimes, like I do it all the time, if it's like the first time General Skywalker uses an ability, you call somebody to assist, and then he'll AoE. And then the next turn, his AoE is on cooldown, but the Armor Shred isn't. So you use Armor Shred, and then he'll immediately follow it with the AoE, and you get 2 AoEs off for the price of 1. So I think with that said, I would go JML first because you don't have any progress on your 501st. So you use General Skywalker as a Jedi till you're ready to work on those 501st characters, and then we can kind of circle back around there. And then you said your Leia mods are on Darth Sidious. Let's see where we at. What are we cooking with here? Okay, that's decent. The only thing I'd say here is maybe try to get defense, health, and protection somewhere. This is really good. That's a brilliant mod. Not overly fast, but the health percent and protection percent are super nice. That is a beautiful mod for Leia. I actually love that. That is awesome. Very, very good stats. That's a great tank mod. This one's decent. It's got a lot of flat stats, but good speed on it. I like this one a lot. This has got good... It sucks that the flat stats rolled because it has the percent stats that we would like. And then speed arrow. So the one thing I'll say here, you could actually replace the speed arrow with like a health or protection if you wanted, if it had decent speed. You could definitely do that, and I would not say that's a crazy thought. But yeah, I think I'd get your Leia and then like JML into General Skywalker, use General Skywalker as a Jedi until you get the 501st. And then by that point, what you can do is hopefully, like potentially what you could do is get your like Jedi Knight Revan up and running if you wanted, like kind of like a side farm of Jedi Knight Revan to kind of take General Skywalker's spot in the Jedi Master Luke team. So that would be a good option for you. Do you want a health-based Leia or protection set? I don't know. I've seen people do both. I like health, but I can see the value of protection because if you take her higher, you're going to get a lot more out of it. I'd look at like Pimpo. I don't know what Pimpo has, but like go check Pimpo. So like that would be a good option there. All right, so we had 2 super chats from Luke Bloxom and then from Tong Morris. So guys, what we'll do, we'll move into, we've got a first Ed from a channel member, and then we've got 2 super chats to get to. Getting a little bit closer here, but still, a little bit of ways here. So we're going to Ed next. right? I think that's who I'm going to next. Yeah, because I was just on Hugh. All right, so another Bane, guys. Wow, everybody got Bane, which is crazy. I don't know what to farm next. I'm sort of lost. Just finished Jedi Master Luke, got Darth Bane, thinking of going for Jedi Knight Cal Kestis. All right, so let's see where we're at with Jedi Knight Cal Kestis stuff. So, Baby Cal, Seer Junda, okay. All right, closing in on Tarful. Okay. So, Ed, how close are we to, how close is your guild to, like, Braca? How close are they to Zepho? Because, not that I'm trying to say that you shouldn't go for Jedi Knight Cal. I'm just curious if it's something, I'm just curious on, like, what the process is, what the progress is there, excuse me. No. Like, how many completions did you get for, you said you got 28 stars? Or how many, what am I trying to say? How many completions did you get on the special mission? Like, did you guys get to Zepho, or were you still, like, did you not unlock the bonus zone? 0 in Zepho. Did you guys get any? What was the completions? Like, does it tell you how many people attempted the mission and whatnot? I know you said no Zepho, but, like, there's the mission on Braca to get there for Get 2. Like this here. I know that. I'm curious. Before I tell you yes, like, go do that. Like, did anybody do this mission in the guild? Because Jedi Knight Cal's very good for JML, but there are some less expensive options potentially that would, like, that we could think about. Because you have Revan already. So what I would say is I don't mind going for Jedi Knight Cal Kestis with where your roster is. But I'd say that you need to maybe focus on some heavy hitting GLs at some point. Whether that's getting like General Skywalker and then going into Jedi Master Kenobi. Like you need a Jabba or a Leia, preferably one of those two. You're decently close to Leia from a like shard perspective, because like Drogon's almost done. I think I saw Captain Rex is already at Relics, right? Yeah, Captain Rex is Relic already. Nisa is 7-star. Your Scout Trooper is 7-star. So you're not terribly far from Leia that you could actually make a good case for that. But I think you do need a like top tier GL. So I don't hate the Jedi Knight Cal shout, because the other thing it gives you is Seer and Cal, which really I'm just looking at Cal that way, where you can put baby Cal in your Rey team, and that would make like a very good team. Obviously, when you get Ben Solo, can change a little bit. No Commander Tano, but you don't have Malicos, so like, it definitely changes that a little bit. But I would definitely think that we want like a Leia or a Jabba, personally. I like the General Skywalker bundle. The thing is, like, you're pretty close. You should be able to beat the first phase of General Skywalker. I get that you're tired of GLs. I get it, man. That's just the way the farm works. If you're tired of him, want a break, you could go for General Skywalker. I mean, it's not like you're that far away from him. You could probably do it with, I mean, you're going to need to equip some Zetas, but I bet you could probably do it. You don't have B1, though. So that's, oh no, you do. You probably need some Zetas, but you could probably get to General Skywalker. And then you're 501st, but I would still go get Leia then. So I don't know if that helps, right? But like, again, I'm just telling you what I think. Whether or not that's what you want to do is a different thing, different discussion entirely. But I think you need a top tier GL. Otherwise, I think for 7 million, like 4 GLs, Bane, Zori, I would definitely say Leia over Jabba because of how close you are to Leia. It's not so much like, I would say Jabba's still a better galactic legend than Leia. But I'm a big believer in this game in doing what you're close to. Sometimes whether or not it's whether it's the best thing, the best in this game is kind of relative to like, yes, the best character in this game is Leia. But if you are, or the better GL is Jabba, in my opinion. But if you need to do all the work for Jabba or only 70% of the work for Leia, do 70% of the work. That's my piece of advice. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's kind of the way I think. So if you want to break from GLs, go for General Skywalker. And then I think maybe Leia. You could even think about going for Profundity. That would be a lot of work, but if you're kind of looking for a break from something like that, you could try to go for Profundity or even Leviathan if you felt like it. I'm not going to say that would be easy, but it's just some things to think about there if you're trying to break up that farm. Jedi Knight Cal Kestis is obviously a solid investment as well. Yeah, you're going to beat Leia with Darth Bane, but like Darth Bane's a terrible example of, if that's your reasoning, like, then please, like, then I'd love to fight you in Grand Arena. Like, your Bane can beat my Leia, that's fine. Like, that's, she did her job at that point. Like, I don't like that argument of, oh, this thing loses to this, so don't place it on defense. Like, and then there'd be no point to getting Leia, like, why would I get Leia then ever? So I don't know if that makes sense, but like I don't like the argument that because Bane beats something, it's not worth getting. That's not. I don't agree with that argument at all. Give me 1 second. All right, so we did Ed. So now we're gonna move over to Luke Bloxom with the 199. All right, Luke, what do we got cooking, man? So I don't hate Jedi Master Kenobi, Ed. I would not hate Jedi Master Kenobi, especially if you're going to get Commander Tano, and that kind of fits nicely with General Skywalker. That would actually be really good. I'm not going to lie. That would be a good option. All right, Luke, I just unlocked Bo, and I'm currently working on Bad Batch for Marauder and Rey, but looking for a road ahead after. Jeez. Okay, so we've got Bo-Katan at... I don't even have Bo-Katan yet, and you're 4.5 million. All right, so got Bo, all the Zetas and Omicrons. Her team looks good. Okay. So working on Bad Batch for Marauder. Interesting. So like, are you, when you say that, like, are we actually, like, are we taking these guys to relic levels? Or are we like just, I'm going to give them a little bit of gear and move on? Because there's big differences there, right? There's definitely some differences there. And then you said Rey as well. So let's take a look at Rey. Relic 5 minimum. So, can we think about... So, Luke, could you think about doing the... I would think about doing Rey before the Bad Batch. I would 100% do Rey before the Bad Batch. Because Rey's a superior character, and it's going to be less Kyrotech. That... How do I say this? Like, you're going to spend 100 Kyrotech here, 100 Kyrotech here, and then whatever Rey needs is still less than the 4 Bad Batch. Hell, you throw Zori in there, and it's still less than the Bad Batch. So, like, I would say that I would get Rey before I would worry about the Bad Batch, personally. So, I would definitely consider that. Because you're a long way away from the Bad Batch. And they're like, it's like 1,600 Kyrotech, I think, between the 4 of them. And 2,000 if you include Omega in that, I think. Yeah, like the Bad Batch need an absurd amount of Kyrotech, so that's why I think like get Rey first, because you're gonna spend less for Rey, and you'll get it'll be a far better investment in your resources. And honestly, like Zori with the Resistance is such a good team, so like I would be working on Zori too. So then after you do that, I'm okay if you want to kind of side farm the Bad Batch, but they need a ton of Kyrotech. So after Rey... So you're not. You do have a lot of progress towards General Skywalker. Have we thought about General Skywalker with these bundles? I don't know what your Zeta situation is, but I would assume it's pretty decent because you've got everything on Kylo, everything on Bo. Like, I'm just looking across your major characters, and like, you're not missing a lot of Zetas. So, like, our Zeta's not a big problem. Ooh, hold on. I see the first one. Holy crap. Wow. I see it. Wow. There's always one. Wow. No Zeta on Merciless Massacre. I think this is probably a first for an account of this size. I would say, oh my gosh, yeah, I don't know that I've ever seen this. I mean, yeah, like, yeah, that is crazy, man. I mean, hold on, guys. Before we go and roast him, right? Y'all are saying roast him. Like, let's just be very clear. This dude's rocking Bo-Katan and Keller and Beck. I guarantee you that the vast majority of you cannot get through one of those two characters on defense right now. So, like, let's give him a little bit of leeway here that, like, if he sets Bo in one zone and Keller and Beck in the other one, and if he's got the Keller and Beck Datacron, most of you probably not getting through that zone. So let's, before you go and, you know, let's pump the brakes there a little bit. You know, I'm gonna give him a little bit of leeway here. The dude's got Bo-Katan. Like, he's got bigger fish to fry. But I would definitely say that that's a really good Zeta to get. Oh, Link, hold on. Let me get the where the hell is my... Hold on, guys. I've got it. You said you don't have a single Wampa shard. Oh my gosh. I mean, again, I have a very tough time. Like, as much as I want to roast you for not having Wampa, you have Bo-Katan. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that this isn't that this isn't I would argue this is a better decision. Like, as good as Merciless Massacre is, like, Bo-Katan's a better character. I'm sorry. So, like, I don't hate any of the decisions. Now, like, maybe the one on First Order Stormtrooper, we can have a discussion about that should have gone to Vader. You know, First Order TIE Pilot and Captain Phasma when we've got none on Sith Trooper. But, you know, yeah, like, it's hard. Trust me, the Wampa missing hurts my soul. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend that, like, having a Bo-Katan relic isn't nice. So, yeah, okay, so all that said, you have no Zetas, Luke. So post all of that, I'm thinking maybe General Skywalker with the level of investment you've kind of got in Snips and GK, right? Like, you've got some of that investment already there. And, like, Padme should be pretty easy for you to get with, like, I mean, Relic Geos, I think, can beat that. Hell, I think my Gear 12 Geos can beat the Padme event. So, like, you can get Padme pretty easily at this point. So I think that could be a very good thing. It just comes down to, I think, where you want to head after. Like, I think Rey is still the first thing. You got your Bad Batch, but I think General Skywalker could be a really good idea. But yeah, Luke, I mean, I think I want you to go for Rey before you do anything with the Bad Batch. And then if you still want to go for Bad Batch, that's great, but they do take an obscene amount of Kyrotech. Like, yeah, oh, let's get Wampa as king. All right, guys, hold on. Yeah, we don't think Wampa is king here? Yeah, there we go. An alternative to General Skywalker. If you don't want to farm General Skywalker, Zori, definitely an option. You could flesh out your CLS team. We could build, like, the Commander Luke Skywalker team. You have some really good rebels here. But, like, Commander Luke Skywalker would be really solid. Because it's a pretty low Kyrotech team. Very, very good overall. Like, they're going to beat a lot of stuff. So Commander Luke could be really good. And, I mean, yeah, I think Commander Luke would be that option for me. The only other thing to consider would maybe try to get, like, a Jedi Knight Revan Jedi team. Like, you have the Keller and Beck Jedi. You could do, like, Basti, Grandmaster Yoda, Jolie. So that would be another option for you, is maybe build out, like, the rest of these Jedi to make another Jedi Knight Revan team. But I think CLS would do you really, really good. Because then it kind of leads you towards that Jedi Knight Luke farm, Jedi Master Luke farm that you have the Rebel bundle for, so you can kind of kill a couple of birds with one stone. So that would be my thought process there, Luke. All right, next we have Tong Morris, my friend, with the 38. I think that is Hong Kong dollars. I think that's what that is. All right, so we have a... Thanks, Phil. Appreciate your guidance. 3 months old, Lightspeed bundle player. Want to do better in Grand Arena. All right. So we've got Supreme Leader Kylo Ren. Okay, so let's finish off. Yeah. Let's finish off Kylo Zetas, right? So first, press the advantage. So press the advantage and then Brutal Assault. So unique, get the unique Zeta here and then get the basic. Then I would finish his mods. I would slice that mod. That one's decent enough. It's got good stats. This one, good enough stats. I would maybe, the only thing I would say is I like this one a lot. That's a very good one. Offense percent and speed. Critical damage. This is a very good mod. That is a very, very good mod. So yeah, I don't hate the mods on Kylo. I'd maybe go for a little bit more speed, but definitely look for some offense percent secondaries where you can. But let's finish off his Zetas. That's got to be priority number 1. Holy moly. Okay, so next after Kylo, all right, next after Kylo, I am thinking I feel like Rey would not be awful. However, it is a lot of Zetas to go for there. So I'm assuming you're low on Zetas because we don't have like all of them on Supreme Leader Kylo Ren. And the other thing is like this account you've bought a lot of these bundles. So in that time to where if you're trying to build up some Zetas, like we could relic Darth Treya. Honestly, even like if you wanted to work on Cal for eventually getting Rey, it's not a horrible option. Who else? Captain Rex would be another good one we could work on there for the Phoenix team. Oh, that hurts my soul. Oof. Okay, so a negotiator with the Lightspeed bundle. Gosh, what you love to see. The other thing I'd maybe consider, are you going for Leviathan Executor? Because I see the Relic 8 here and here. So I'm assuming you're getting Executor soon. So you're close to Executor because you need the Razor Crest done. But otherwise, like I think you're ready for. Excuse me. Oh no, you're not. Wait, yes you are. Never mind. Yeah. So you just need Razor Crest there, and you're good. So Razor Crest and you're good. You have an Omicron to spend. Where would I spend it? Oh boy, that's a great question. Honestly, what about dropping the Omicron on Zori? I'd say Zori, man. Like, that would be... Because you have Finn, you have the Resistance heroes, you've got, like, the Resistance. You have, like, the Zetas already there. So, putting it on Zori, I think, would be, like, a really good investment. Now, because, guys, he's still, like... The Wampa... So, here's the thing. I love Wampa... In a vacuum, right? Listen, Wampa is king. Wampa is, like, my favorite thing. But here's the problem. right? Here's the problem. In a vacuum, I always say Wampa's, like when you compare Savage and you compare Wampa, in a vacuum, the Wampa Omicron is better, right? Because Savage is not a requirement. You could have his Savage could give no higher than 4-star. He will have all the Zetas, all the Zetas. He'll have all the Journey Guide characters, all the Galactic Legends, all the capital ships. Like, all he's missing is a character for GAC. A very good character, but he will still have everything else. You cannot get Jabba and Jedi Master Luke without Wampa, and that's why I say Wampa in a vacuum. Like, in a vacuum, yes, Savage is better, but we don't play this game in a vacuum. You play this game with the mindset that, from a return on your investment perspective, the Wampa Omicron far exceeds Savage because you actually need Wampa for something. However, in this example, putting it on Zori is a far better option for me, like for this account, because I think the Zori team is just so incredibly important. Remember, Wampa, you can't really place that. You literally can't place it on defense. And Savage on defense, unfortunately, can lose to some things that you'd rather not lose to. So I think that, like, the Omicron on Zori would make a lot more sense here. So that would be, I think Zori would be the way to go here. That's my advice, Tong. And yeah, I mean, if you're really low on Zetas, I'd maybe try to relic up some of the other characters or increase some relic levels on some of your core characters here. Otherwise, man, I think Rey would just be like a really good option. But I would definitely be farming Captain Rex. Captain Rex would be really good. The Commander Luke Skywalker team would be good. I think if you just kind of spent the next little bit of time just kind of filling holes slowly in your account, you'll do really well. Like, you get Rey, go get baby Cal Kestis. Just kind of build some of these teams slow and steady. What datacron should you use for Zori? I would probably, I'd say your Holdo one. This one. The one that says they have to fall below 100% health. If you set that, I don't think people are beating you in Grand Arena at your level. I don't think many people could beat that. If you set this with Zori, I don't think many people are going to be able to beat you in Grand Arena. I 100% believe that. So that'd be my advice there. So I think that is the super chats. And did I catch up on members? I think so. All right. So before because it's going to get crazy in here in a second. So here's what I'm going to do. Man, Tongue, I'm glad the guides are working, man. You guys, players like you are the best kind of help for my channel, like the success stories. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I am caught up at the moment. I am going to first put the warning out. And then we're going to open it up. So, first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to type a message in here. My message is the starting line. So, my message will be the starting line. I'm not going to say what I'm going to type it in. My message will be the starting line. I'm going to go get another soda. And then we can start on the free reviews with the notion that If you want to jump the line or be guaranteed a review, because I will tell you right away, like, it is 12:26. So I don't know how much longer I'll be going here, but I'll get another soda. So if you want guaranteed review, we know the drill, right? Membership, super chat. Otherwise, I will open it up here when I type this message. Oh, that's right. Hold on. Timeout. Justin, drop your ally code. My mods get the mods, you know, Justin's doing work behind the scenes. I completely forgot, Justin. You got to call me out for that, man. Come on. You guys know I am more than open to getting called out for this crap. Like, that is like half the point of doing this. Go on, Justin. It's because he's an L mod. I'm in the great state of Pennsylvania. This is another stupid... I hate this account so much. This is such... This is such a stupid account. This is such a stupid account. My hatred for Justin's accounts is unparalleled. Such a stupid account. Like, not even 1 million galactic power. Like, what the bleeding... You don't want to know why it's only a Relic 1 Star Killer? Because he has 4 Inquisitors at Relic 7 and another one at Relic 5. He's going to get Reva pre 1 million galactic power. Like, this is such a stupid account. Like, just think about this. So he just got the Night Sister bundle, right? But, like, recognize he not only has Baby Cal, but he's also got Marin ready, too. Like, this is absolutely going to be one of the stupidest accounts. And then, do you know what's even more ridiculous? Is that, like, he's done all these major Kyrotech farms between, like, the Star Killer teams, the Inquisitors, that when he goes to decide to build, like, CLS, he's gonna just laugh because he's already done all of this garbage. Like, this is just absurd. Such a stupid account. 400 million power guild, so he gets Reva shards. The only way this account gets even stupider, I know you're not doing it for this account, but you know how this account really gets stupid, right? Is if you added the Negotiator bundle. That would be the most stupid thing that you could do on this account. To make it more stupid, because now you have like 1 million stupid things on here. Gosh, this account still pisses me off so much. This is one of the stupid accounts. I know I'm about to get real PO'd at something here. Dash at plus 99 speed at this level. Mara Jade at 104. This he has 142 speed on his 7th sister. Oh my god. Oh my god. 142 speed on 7th sister. That is so insane. Check out Starkiller's mods. I don't know that I want to. All right, how fast? So only plus 81 speed. Okay. 5 rolls on health. Okay. So Justin, hold on. What are we doing with Starkiller that he's got 4 health mods and 2 offense? Did you just like run out of mods? Because they look really good. But yeah, like what are we doing with 2 offense mods? I mean, this is an absurd mod. That is beautiful. That is so good. That's also very good. And that's all, like, they're all very good mods. It's just they're broken sets. Was that on purpose? You got no good offense mods. You're running low. Oh, God. Rip them off of someone. I know they've got to be on somebody. I'm about to get PO'd that they're on somebody stupid. That's not a bad one. That's not a bad one. It's not got as much offense percent, but it's at least offense, right? And that could help Starkiller, right? He needs that one. Yeah, so there's one for Starkiller. Yeah, I think... Yeah. I think you could do that. And then, I mean, you've got... Just throw like this on him and you'll be fine. I mean, I know you're losing some really nice stats, but I think he can stomach that at 700,000 galactic power. What a stupid account. I hate that account so much. Whoa, no. Talon does a lot of damage. You'd be surprised. Darth Talon actually can slap people if you're not careful. Alright, I am going to go get a soda. Remember, starting... All right, guys, starting gun now. Type your code and what you're farming. If you don't type what you're farming, you're not getting a review. You go to the back of the line. I had to type that in there. I knew you guys were going to come with it. It's got to be what you're farming too. Otherwise, you're going to the back of the line because we can't spend time. No, they were just waiting for it, man. They were waiting for it, and that's why I put that next part back there. I need to see what you're doing. All right, I'll be right back. All right, so we're here. All right, Death Destroyer of Worlds is first, and rightfully so, because I think he's been up for like 86 hours at this point, right? Okay, so. Yeah, so you guys weren't thinking I was going to throw a little rule on there, but I was. Smarter than that. All right, so Just finished Jedi Knight Cal Kestis, working on Leviathan now. Okay. 10.8 million. So you're just about the same size account as I am. So the question is, okay, so you have Dr. Aphra and I do not, which makes sense. Because I have Cal Kestis and you do not. Or you just finished up Cal Kestis? Just finished Cal Kestis. Okay, so where are you? I'm just trying to see because we're close in GP, so I'm just looking to see what areas you're missing in that I have. I'll get Bo sooner than you, but that's not... So you don't have Fulcrum or Snow. So you have a lot of... Oh, probably the Rebel Lightspeed bundle helping me out a little bit. Because I've got the Relic Phoenix. Okay, and so you're just starting Leviathan now, you said. So that's probably helping me out a little bit, too, because I've got all of those guys at stupid Relic levels. So you have Relic 9s across the board here. Okay. So they're done. You need HK at Relic 7, though. Shorty's done. Basilisk Shauna has to go to Relic 7. Okay. Okay, so you still have a little bit to go because you need to finish Dagger. And when do you get Fury class? Because you're definitely going to need Fury class at some point. So yeah, I mean, if you're going for Leviathan, that's great. But okay, so you're gonna have all these Sith Empire. I mean, they're not bad investments, but like, yeah, I don't know that I would have pushed them to Relic 9. I don't know that I would have pushed them to Relic 9 until I would have been closer to Fury class because you said 195 of 330, so you are what, 7 months away? Right? What, 140 shards? So, okay, so then so once you're done with Leviathan, are you thinking about Bo-Katan? Or are you thinking Gungans? Because I think at your GP, I feel like you'll be in a better position to get Bo earlier just because of the way because she's been out longer. So I would tell you as a Leviathan owner that just having at your galactic power, just getting a 4-star Leviathan is not going to help, to be perfectly honest. So I don't think it's going to matter. Like, I think you slow farm Fury, fast farm Leviathan. But I would say you go for Gungans next. I think at your galactic power, you need to be going for Gungans next. Unless your guild is going for Mandalore and you're like needed for it, then go Bo. But otherwise, I think you just go for otherwise, I think you go for Gungans. That's what I would do on this account. It's going to be a faster review death because it's actually like, I don't want to say it's simple, but there's a lot less. You've got a very, very good account. You don't have a ton of stuff. But yeah, I think you save your crystals to get a 7-star Leviathan day 1. I would farm the Cummin Pants. If you can, I'd be farming that ship. This fleet, you would be shocked how many holds the Common Pants has got me in GAC. It gets more holds than my Leviathan fleet. So I would finish off that ship. And then Marauder 2 would be another one for you. Finish off Marauder. You're going to need those ships to be a little bit more competitive in GAC. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a lot of... It is a lot of work, but yeah. Those ships, I think, will... Because I think, like, you're probably sitting in Kyber 2 because you don't have a Leviathan. And, I mean, like, the Common Pants is not helping you as much at only 4-star. But I'd even say that if you had a much higher Marauder, you'd be in a better position. So, yeah, I think I'd farm those 2 ships and work on your Gungans while slow farming Leviathan. Your Squad Arena team, these are so silly. I get that, like, people use this in Squad Arena, but, like, in my Squad Arena, everybody stopped using it now. We just use, like, Jedi Master Kenobi. Come on, Pants. Better than that. Nah, dude, it is the Common Pants, man. Come on. The 3 Scoundrels in Cantina get so much credit for that. Old Man Logan, Bones, and Avant Docs. When they said that, I lost my mind. I swear, it was the funniest thing. Because they were like, oh, how are you carving on the Common Pants? And I just absolutely lost my mind. And I have stole it from them since that day. It is so freaking funny. Oh my god, I love those guys. That was a lot of fun. I need to do something with them again. That was a lot of fun. Alright, so next one with text after their ally code is Kingdom. Alright. Again, guys, just make sure you understand at some point I'm just going to go to bed. But, so if you want a guaranteed review and you're not in, like, towards the front, just recognize it either won't happen tonight unless there's a channel membership or a super chat. I feel I'm pretty fair overall. Again, it doesn't need to be big either. Like, I'm not a... That's what she said. No, it doesn't need to be like this obscene amount of money, guys. It's not what we do here. It's not what it's about. You know, Agnard's is very similar. He's like, it's beer money. It's literally what it is. All right, so we got Kingdom here. Working on Jabba, but farming Bo-Katan, Mandos, and Gungans for the guild. All right, so that's definitely a lot because that's some very heavy Kyrotex stuff. Ooh, and the Coors Light Leia Omicron on top of it, man. Oof, rest in peace. Okay, so... Yeah, I mean, I don't know that... You're super far from Jabba, right? Like we are immensely far from Jabba. I'm not saying that it's necessarily a skip, but like the way that you worded your sentence up here, I'd almost argue that it should be like, hold on, let me make sure I'm up here. Yeah, like I think it's almost better to say that you are like working on Bo and Gungans and side farming Jar Jar, because I feel like you'll get Bo and you'll get the Gungans before you'd be ready for Jabba. Even though these guys are like accelerated, I think you need to do 4 Relic 7s for Bo, and you need 4 Relic 5s for Jar Jar, and you need just on this page alone, Relic 6, 5, 5, 5, technically Relic 5, 3, 3, and then you think in the Bounty Hunters over here, you need a Relic 6 here. Who else? Relic 7 here. And then you need a Jawa, you need a Tusken. Like, you need a lot more relics for Jabba. And not that Jabba isn't, like, you know, but I think Jar Jar is going to be basically a galactic legend. Bo is, like, just underneath it. I feel like 2 teams is better than 1, even if the 1 is Jabba. I don't know. Maybe that's a bit harsh because Jabba is really, really good. But, I feel like that could be really, really solid here, man. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know that I could, I don't know. Somebody else talked me out of it, but I feel like I'd be saying Gungans and Mandos with kind of slow farming Jabba. Like, I think that's going to be a better investment, in, especially with the raid coming, my man. I feel like you'll want to have Jar Jar before that raid. And not that, like, Jabba with the Smuggler's Run isn't a great investment, but it's not frequent enough that it's worth losing in the raid. So I'd personally tell you Gungans, Mandalorians, and then Jabba. That's just my advice. And the thing is, like, you've got, like, you said you got Jedi Knight Luke recently. You've got really good Jedi. So, like, you're not in a position where you really need, like, where you did Jedi Knight Luke and you don't have a way to use them. Like, you've got Cal, you've got Jedi Knight Luke. Like, you've got the Jedi to take advantage of that kind of character. So, I think you're in a very good position here. Yeah, I think I would kind of slowly do Jabba and move on to, kind of like move Jabba to the slow and go much more quickly on Mandalorians and Gungans. And I think you'll probably be much better off. I think that's the way I would go about it. And I think your guild would probably agree with you, because then too, right after Jabba, you could probably switch gears into like GL Leia. And you wouldn't really like miss a beat. So I think that's kind of the way I would do it. Yes, raids are temporary, GLs are forever. However, these raids are so incredibly important that the difference between your guild getting like one box versus the next is massive. Like, I could tell you right now that like there are guilds that would take an account like this in who would require to have 6 GLs if he's got Jar Jar. So yeah, I think that I'd go Bo, I'd go Gungans, and I'd move on. Yeah, like, I would definitely say that at your galactic power, you need some more galactic legends, right? I'm not going to pretend that you don't. I'm not trying to be mean, I'm just trying to be truthful. But I think that, like, the game is transitioning to where Bo and Jar Jar are going to be more important to some guilds than having JML and JMK and Lord Vader. Just my personal opinion. So I think that's what I would do. So I think we go there and then we kind of move. So that would be my advice, because I think you have all the S tier fleets. So, ooh, no profundity. Okay. Man, no profundity. That is interesting. So that does change. So that definitely means. So I'd say we got to work that in at some point too. So you still have a long road ahead, right? But I think we can get there. I think you still work on those things. I think Gungans, I think Mandos, Jabba, Leia, Profundity, and then you kind of figure out those other GLs as you see fit. And like, you're probably not far from some of these galactic legends if we're honest. Like Relic 3, Relic 7, like you're not far from some of these GLs. So, I think you're in good, I think you'll be fine, but I would just kind of stick with those things. I think you got to do at your GP, doing the newer things will probably be more important than trying to pick up like Jedi Master Kenobi at this point. That's just my personal opinion. Yeah, you're not far from JML either. And you're not far from, well, you're farther from Jabba. I think Jabba is better than JML. Not just because of the, like, Smuggler's Run, but in Conquest, whenever it says win without a Jedi, Sith, or unaligned Force user, Jabba works. All right, next we have Dan C. So he's jumping the line with the $5. Thank you so much, Dan. Been playing for a little bit over 1.5 years. Never had a review. I did buy all of the Lightspeed bundles and finishing up Vandor, Chewbacca, and Executor at the moment. All right. All of the Lightspeed bundles. Wow. Okay, so all the Zetas on Rey and Kylo is good. Okay, Zori, nice. So we do have a fair bit of Zetas on these guys. Okay. Holy crap. So you said you're finishing Executor. Does that mean we have it and you just need it 7-star, or we're finishing the, okay, we're finishing the Rex. So we need a Relic 5 here. Okay. Gosh, it's so crazy seeing like ships like this with low levels. I get it. I mean, I completely understand it. So, all right, here's what I'm thinking. What we do is, I think it's twofold. So I think from your ship perspective, you've got to be, you better have a stockpile for Executor when you're ready. Immediately after Executor, we're almost done with Vandor Chewbacca. So you could use, yeah. Finishing Vandor, working on Executor. Okay, so that's pretty simple. I still have bad thumbnails. What are you talking about, man? So what I think I would do is, I mean, you have I should say you have a bunch of options here. So you bought all the bundles, so you have like Rebels that you could start working towards a Leia or Jedi Master Luke, right? Like that is a very real option for you, Leia, Jedi Master Luke, because of those bundles. You also have the ability to go for the Galactic Republic because of, like, you know, the 50 going for like 501st and General Skywalker. This would also lead you closer to Jedi Master Kenobi because you've invested some heavy relics into Mace, Grandmaster Yoda, Qui-Gon. Like, you're kind of knocking on that door. Um, hmm. Yeah, I think you could do like General Skywalker into like Jedi Master Kenobi if you wanted, because then that also gives you an excuse to go after General Grievous. So like that's good. Um, Man, yeah, you have all the Relic Separatists minus GG. Yeah, I think I'd honestly wonder. The only question I'd have is how close are you to Commander Tano with Proving Grounds? Um, that's like a legitimate, serious question. Is Proving Grounds, right? Like how ready are you for Proving Grounds? Um, Another option to consider here. Man. Yeah, I feel like you've got to go either like a rebel, rebels to JML to Leia, or General Skywalker to like Jedi Master Kenobi. I feel like those are your best options, Dan. The reason I say that is where the bundles have kind of set you up to be at. Not that you couldn't do something else, but like you spent all this money on these bundles for an advantage, and you're gonna need them. Right? Like I feel like you're gonna want to use them like you did with Rey and you did with Kylo, where like we went and you got them. That's exactly what you should do. So I think after Executor, I'd probably say going after one of those two GLs would be best bet for you, Dan. Like or JML or Leia, and then or the other option being General Skywalker, Jedi Master Kenobi. I think either of those two things will be really good. I think they both I think all of those options take what's in your account and make the most of it. That would be my advice. Yeah, no problem, man. This is the situation where a lot of accounts are in right now. Is like these bundles, you're gonna buy them just because they're so friggin' good. But it does really muddy the waters on what to work on because normally it's you were working on this one thing for so long and then you decide on the next one, but now like you're halfway to a bunch of different projects and trying to decide. So I think I'll try and give you the best advice I can based on where you are. So I think giving you those options, you then get to pick what you want to do. That way it's still not just Fat Phil sitting here and being like, go farm Leia. It's, hey, here's your options, go farm what you want. So love it, man. Yeah, man, this is the King's Cup, dude. This is the King's Cup. I am a connoisseur of the cheaper brand of soda. If it doesn't come in packs of 30, I'm not drinking it. Yeah. So when my friends, I'm a connoisseur of, I like, it's not like I don't enjoy a nice 120 minute or 90 minute or 60 minute, if you guys can get what brand we're talking about there, right? The Shark brand of stuff. It's not that I don't enjoy those kind of sodas, but if I'm going to be buying it myself, I prefer the kind that come in, packs of 30 that are rather cheap, because guess what? It's all going to the same place anyway. And so my friends, for Christmas the one year, they got us all like glasses to signify the kind of soda that we liked. And so one guy got like, the Imperial IPA, another guy got a lager, and mine was shaped like a beer can. So, that's and then this came from a friend of mine, because I always used to, like, you guys ever see like History of the World Part 2 with Mel Brooks? He's sitting there and he's like, and the whole "it's good to be the king" bit. And I would say that to my wife all the time just to piss her off. And so somebody got me this cup because it's good to beat a king. All right. So I think we go back up to free reviews, right? We go back up to the free ones after Dan's there. Thank you so much for the $5, my friend. It's much appreciated. Goes towards the soda fund. All right. So next we've got Static. Okay, finishing Inquisitors, then going for Leia and Jedi Knight Cal Kestis. I followed your advice, got JML, then Jabba, and it's going great. Thank you. My man. Amen, Patrick. Good night, my friend. All right, yeah, dude. So, Static, I want to give massive shout-outs because I see in the comments, streams, like, guys, you guys are the reason why this channel is successful. Is because you guys say, hey, Phil's guides are working for me. Like, that is the best, advice. It's the best stuff I can get. Let's go. Let's go here. All right, so Static. And we said... Gosh, I'm scrolling like all the way up. I'm about to lose stuff. Finishing Inquisitors, then going for Leia. Okay, so where are we with Inquisitors? All right, so we're like super close. Beautiful, okay? And then you said going for Leia. So did we make like any kind of Okay, so we got 7. Okay, so we're done there. So we need a Relic 3 here. Relic 7 there. Okay, so I think we're almost done with Rebels, right? I think we're done there. So next is the Ewoks. Okay, so I think, and then probably Scout Trooper 2. Yep. Okay, so not a bad start towards Leia at all. So you're super close to Leia. So after Leia, I think I'd probably start heading towards, and I'm going to, hold on. You said go for Leia and then Jedi Knight Cal Kestis. So let's see where we're at with the unaligned Force users here. Okay, so you have Baby Cal at Relic 3 already. Nice. Yeah, I think going Jedi Knight Cal's a very good option here. I like the Jedi Knight Cal option. Yeah, I think that's a solid one. And then, yeah. Oh, gosh. Okay, yes. Absolutely. So Jedi Knight Cal's really good. That's it. So then, next where I'd look in your account is... I think Sith Eternal and Lord Vader are kind of your next, like, because you're missing them, right? You've got Supreme Leader Kylo Ren, you got Jabba, you're going to get Leia. So you're missing Sith Eternal. You're missing Lord Vader. And the thing is, with Lord Vader, you're still how many Kyrotech away from the Kyrotech batch? Whereas from Sith Eternal... Excuse me. We are Relic 4, Relic 3, Relic 3, Relic 3. So you're, what, 5? You're going to be 5 relics away from Sith Eternal at this point? Like, I think you go get Sith Eternal, right? Dooku, Insidious. Yeah, some extra relic levels, but nothing crazy. Otherwise, like you've got all those Rex, so you could do that and then kind of switch, go full bore into either Lord Vader, or you could even maybe skip for a little bit and try to go after Gungans, depending on what your guild is doing. Mandalorians with bow, also not a horrible shout to be farming. I definitely try to be farming them at your GP. I feel like for 9.7 million, I'd expect that you're at least going to try and get Gungans before they go to the Journey Guide. That would just be my guess. So, but I think Sith Eternal could be a very good shout. It's kind of just like a blip along the road for you. And then probably work on some of these newer things. Because it's not a lot of investment to get Sith Eternal at this point, and you still need a lot of shards for those newer farms. So I think by doing that, you're kind of giving yourself some breathing room a little bit. Because you have a good mix of the GLs that, like, the Lightspeed bundles are probably... I saw the Night Sister one, so, like, you're going to get to take advantage of some of that. But I think your Galactic Republic looks pretty good from here. All right, next is Gary. All right, so we've got Gary next. And he said, currently farming Commander Luke. Was wondering what other teams I should farm after I unlock CLS. All right, so you're still very early on in the game. I mean, you're a bit late to the party for Phoenix, right? Phoenix is kind of one of those things that we probably should have gotten this earlier, right? I like the Iden because I think Iden she's better for GAC, she's better for Squad Arena, but I'd say overall the Phoenix is a better team to lead off with personally. I think your issue here, Gary's going to be you're still so small that, like, I think you got to get Commander Luke, and then I feel like you just need to start working towards Executor. I feel like at your galactic power, it's just get your Empire and Bounty Hunters in order and start building towards Executor. You can't afford to be spending time on a farm that isn't going to benefit Executor right now. I feel like Executor just has to take over everything. Not just from a fleet crystal perspective because of the whole negotiator bundle, but I think it's going to give you Darth Vader, it gives you Piet, the TIE Fighter pilot's kind of a wash, but giving you Bosk and Dengar and Boba is the makings of a very solid early Grand Arena team. And even, other game modes, so that's kind of how I view, the early game is that you've got to get that Executor, not just for the fleet crystals, but for what it gives you along the way to reach that point where you can get, good bounty hunters. It's going to stop people. So that's where I think I'd go here. This is still a very small account. Like, you don't need, go for this GL and this GL, this GL. Like, you're still months and months away from making those first major roster moves. All right, so I think Havoc is next. Yeah, at this point, Gary, I'd argue that you need, more than a roster review, you need a farming guide. And the Fat Phil farming guide, obviously, I'm a little bit biased because I think it's really good, but, I'd find one from a YouTuber that you like, whether it's me. I think if your name's Gary, you probably watch Arnold, which is, perfectly fine. I have a lot of respect for Arnold. I think he's got a lot of good opinions. But I would say, you find a farming guide that you like and you stick with it. All right, next is Havoc here. So, farming Gungans and Inquisitors. Everybody's farming Gungans and Inquisitors. So, Inquisitors. So, Inquisitors are going to be what you finish first. right? Because like you're already at gear 12 for 3 of them. You've already done the hard stuff. I don't know, why is everybody doing 8th brother first? Second sister should be your first Inquisitor relic. She is the pilot for the TIE Interceptor. Like, that's the one you want. I've never quite understood that. Is 8th brother just like easier to relic? And then you said Gungans. Geez, so you already have invested some Zetas in these guys, and Omicron and Boss Nass. I mean, it's dedication. Absolutely dedication. So there's a guide or two that says 8th brother is better for Reva mission. It doesn't, but you got to think, you're still the first, before you get to the Reva mission, you still have to unlock the, like, Grand Inquisitor. Like, second sister, you take to Relic 5 and then you leave her go for the longest time. Like, that's what I did. Mine was Relic 5 first for Tint. Then I did 9th sister to, like, Relic 7, I think. I plan on getting some Guantanamo packs in the light speed bundles besides gas. Yeah, so I think if you're gonna go for anything, I feel like what you said, right? I think Gungans and Inquisitors are smart moves. I think Jar Jar's gonna be so meta changing, but I think more than that, I feel like they're gonna be the thing that's gonna get you into the guilds, right? Like, they're gonna get you into guilds that otherwise you would not be a part of. If you did get other packs, I'm just gonna look and see, like, you've already got a really good Galactic Republic and General Skywalker, so we don't need that one. I mean, the Night Sister bundle could be nice, but you know, you've already spent a little bit of gear on them. I mean, it's not the end of the world if you did that, right? Like, I'm not gonna fault you for that one way or the other. Separatists, okay. Not bad. But at almost 8 million, oh, excuse me, we are only 2 GLs in, so we could use some additional GLs. So I think, otherwise, let's start considering, like, are you close to Rey? Man, yeah, so you're, like, are you farming tickets for Rey? Like, I would be, my argument here would be, like, you better start getting these guys done for Rey. Yeah, I would argue that we start getting these guys ASAP. Because Rey will immensely help you. Relic Zori, also, make your Common Pants fleet better. Only other maybe thing I'd say, I definitely would level up Beskar Mando. I get that he's not a requirement for the Executor, but, I think the big thing for me is that, like, when he's lower levels, it's just too easy to kill that ship. Same thing with Cad Bane. When they're low level, man, it just gets so easy to delete that ship and make that fleet basically into nothing. So, just some food for thought there. Otherwise, I think I agree with what you're working on. I just would maybe make Rey a bit more of a priority. Yeah, guys, I'm telling you, it's getting I think I got maybe one more in me before it's, oof. All right, let's see where the next one is. All right, so I think it's Kazanova is going for Profundity. It is 1:17 in the morning. Yeah, all right, so we've got to finish some Zetas here, man. We've got to finish some Zetas here. So your priority should be to finish Zetas on your JML and finish Zetas on Kylo. You know, like I feel like it's really hard to, you know, have a Galactic Legend without Zetas. A good bit of health on Kylo, but, like, I don't know. I feel like if you're going to run full health... I mean, like, this is a very good mod. But if you're going to run, like... See, this is the problem. Is like, protection percent. That's wasted. It needs to be health percent. That should be offense percent instead of protection. It's better for JML. And, I mean, this is flat stats, so it is what it is. So yeah, I'd maybe look at those mods a little bit, but we've got to get Zetas on all these GLs. We can't afford to not have Zetas on Galactic Legends. It's just, I don't care what GP you are, like, you need them. Oh, excuse me. Otherwise, I'd maybe argue that trying to work on either the 501st clones could be a good idea. But no Executor, and we should be closing in on that, right? So we should be closing in on Executor at some point here too, because, like, you've got the relics here, you've got the relics there. We can't be that far away from Executor. So I would highly encourage, Executor for this account. Man. So, yeah, I think let's get Executor too while we're at it. So fix these Zetas. Maybe let's take a look at mods, kind of find the optimal ones there, and then probably let's go get Executor. I think that's gonna be the game plan. All right, I got one more in me here because I am dying. All right, we're gonna go for Enforcer, dude. All right, so 628,000. So you're still very early in the game, man. Wampa, that's great. We got King Wampa, but like Hondo and Sana already at Relics. Like, are you really going for Afra this early? I'm not sure I buy into that. The Iden team, I've seen this so much. Like, I get the Iden team, but I just don't understand it. I shouldn't say I don't understand it. I don't understand I get that she's really good, but I feel like it's a better use of resources if we like invested that into something like Phoenix that's going to give us a return. I mean, you're still really, really low in the game, man. Like, you're still, like, I don't know. I think you just need more of a farming guide of, like, go get bounty hunters for Executor or something. I don't know that there's a lot to do here because, like, Afra and Executor. I mean, if you want to go Afra, it's great. I'd put Executor well above her because, you know, you're going to need those fleet crystals eventually. So, I mean, like, if that's your goal, hey, we're all allowed to have our own goals. So, I would just say maybe we, you know, push forward because I'm not seeing a lot of action on some of the bounty hunters that I'd want to see for an account at, you know, this level, right? Level 85. But, you know, you still have plenty of time, right? There's a lot of Swago left. So just keep plugging away, keep farming. Make sure that you're paying attention to the stuff that you are going to need for Executor, that you get all of those bounty hunter ships because it's just going to be so incredibly hard. Yeah, Executor is going to be priority with everybody getting the Negotiator bundle, right? Negotiator bundle is going to change everything. All right, and then I got one more in me since that was a smaller account here. We're going to go with Unlearn Me? I don't know. It's late and I can't read. Going for Gungans here. So this is a 10 million galactic power account. Okay. Leviathan. Profundity Executor. Massive props for keeping Profundity at low star. Massive props for that. That's the smart decision there. That's what I did too. You don't need it higher than that. Now, from a GL perspective, how far away are you from Lord Vader? Decently far. How far away are we from Sith Eternal? Oh. So, yeah, this is another one where, like, Sith Eternal is so easy to get. He's such low-hanging fruit at this point. I mean, Relic 3, Relic 3, Relic 3, Relic 3, Relic 4. I mean, that's a cakewalk, right? So I would definitely say that Sith Eternal is something that you could potentially be thinking about for this account. Yeah, I feel like, I know I hate on him all the time, but you can't be this close to somebody like Sith Eternal and not want to gear him up, not want to farm him. I think he said Gungans, so let's check them out. Yeah, I mean, hey, you're farming them, right? That's what counts. Hopefully, I'm assuming you're looking to get them in, you know, like the 3-month time frame. Sorry. Oh, excuse me. And then, yeah, so Sith Eternal and Gungans, I think we're good with. The last thing I'd probably say is I'd think about some Relic clones just because there's the 501st is such a good team. Obviously, it's getting a Lightspeed bundle now, so, like, that's, I mean, it's not, I should say this team isn't, but, like, you know, you'd get 5s, but I'd say that, like, you have the Zetas equipped here. I think we just, you know, I think we get the 501st before everything else comes into the game that all of a sudden you don't have the resources to invest in a team like this. So, I think that's the, like, I think that would be a good key for you. We talked Gungans, and then what about Mandalorians? What are we looking at here for 10 million? I'd also think about Bo-Katan, especially if your guild is thinking about getting to the bonus zone of Mandalore. Having your own bow will make that easier. extra guild event currency, puts Kyrotex back in your pocket, very fast rate of return for that mission, and something that you could, you know, get through. So I think that's the review, man. I feel like I gotta call it here, guys. I'm getting to that. I'm hitting that wall, and it's not pretty. So I appreciate all you coming out to watch. I need to get back in like a regular schedule of trying to do some live streams. I just, you know, have not had the time lately. So I appreciate all you guys. Again, the link to the Discord is I pinned it in the messages, so make sure you guys go check that out. Again, ever interested in channel memberships, those are always open at any time, and you don't have to wait for a live stream to get like a roster review or advice, because that's what the members only section is for. You can ask those questions. So thank you all. I love you all. I'm going to go pass out. May the Force be with you. Happy May the 4th.